Damn, I feel like coach calling plays. I've been all the way up the stage. Heard you having problems with your pay. I don't have no problems with the pay. You should watch what you say. You should watch all your language. Oh, say it to my face. You should watch what you say. Need to change my 5-seater to a 2-seater. I don't got the room for you. 1.75 liter brought with me if you wanna do something. Plus I got in my pocket, got my jaw locked, that Medusa. I don't even fucking know you. You only talking about me. Honey dripping like I'm winning. That's a shout out to the old me. Honey fucking with my feeling. That's a shout out to the old me. Liquor pouring with no mixing. Hard for me to stay low key like a baggie. Keep it up sleeve like I'm low key. Holy, you don't gotta fucking ask, yeah, it's really on me. Motherfucker talking naked pussy, so I gotta put him on a call sheet. I can really walk, I'm walking dead, I'm fucking operating like a zombie. But the way I'm moving, you don't want police, you gon' wanna call the fucking army. I've been doing heavyweight and I catch you bitching on me on the timeline. Always pin me for the blame, in the end you just wasting your time. If you really know so much, why the fuck you coming at me when you coming last? I put in all of the work and it's still my fault, your way you act. Bitch, I'm feeling like the coach. Damn, I feel like coach calling plays. I've been all the way up the stage. Heard you having problems with your pay. I don't have no problems with the pay. You should watch what you say. You should watch all your language. Oh, say it to my face. You should watch what you say.
That's some smooth shit right there. Real smooth. Just how I like it. What's happening, folks? Triple S, triple S, triple S. How we doing? Triple S. Happy smooth Sunday show. What's popping? Nice and early. See Count Vlad in the building. Big Vlad. What's going on, Vlad? CC in the building. Twin, how we doing? Much love to you. General Rule by Saturn in the building. How we doing, Saturn? Good stuff, good stuff. Piano in the building. Austin Murphy in the building. Wicked. Big up to you, folks. Big up, big up. Mr. Rasta in the building. Lay low, me set. Lay low, me set. You already know. Much love to you, family. Big up, big up. So what's goody? What is goody, man? End of the week. Getting ready for Monday or Moon Day, is it? Mound Day. So many things to cover. So many things. So little time. How we doing? How was everybody? I had work today. I've been busy. Busy week, busy week, busy week. Somebody have to put in the hours, right? I gotta put in the hours. I can't just leave it. I can't just leave it. I gotta put in the hours. Bills have to get paid. Hmm? Righty. Oh man, tired. Tired. Uncle Rick in the building. What's going on? Top Cat in the building. Salute to you people, man. Salute. Wicked. Hold on, let me just log link up. Give me a second. Somewhere I wanted to start off. What's this? No, not that. Is it that? Oh, is it that? Where's it gone? Oh yeah, we start off with, where's it gone? Hey, shit. No, not that one. Give that a sec. Has to be this. All right, yeah, we'll start off with this one. Let's start off with this one. He's saying no days off. No days off. Fact. That's it. No days off.
I have watched Heliophan's video off and on over the years since becoming aware of its existence. Like many others, I have also tried decoding parts of it that were relevant to the time. But like any other video whose symbolism and meanings were too dense and the understanding was not immediate, it was placed on the back burner for several years. During that time,
I know how that feels. You put stuff on the back burner, right? Like you said, it's too dense. You're not ready for it yet, right? I know how that feels. Put it on the back burner because it's too dense. It's too much for you at the moment. I've been there. I've done that. I know how that feels, right?
my focus was spent on scriptures and other academic pursuits that were related to the topics in the Bible. The subject of iPet Goat 2 came up again, and after reviewing it, I realized I understood much more than I had in the past.
Hello there, hope you're very well. My name is Paul.
All right, Paul. Hello, Paul. How you doing?
Disclosure of the future events were found through the scriptures, iPet Goat 2, the Economist cover, the movie Greenland, plasma, the fourth state of matter,
Greenland. There seems to be a lot of things around Greenland of lately, right? Greenland. Okay.
Stellarium, Thunderbolts of the Gods, Space Weather News, Thunderbolts Project, Worlds in Collision, and other academia sources. Revelation 22, 10 through 11. And he saith unto me, Seal not the sayings of the prophecy of this book, for the time is at hand. He that is unjust,
Sorry, Worlds in Collisions. Isn't that Velikovsky, Emmanuel? Okay.
let him be unjust still, and he which is filthy, let him be filthy still. And he that is righteous, let him be righteous still, and he that is holy, let him be holy still. 2 Esdras 9, 1 through 6. Measure carefully in your mind, and when you see some of the predicted signs have occurred, then you will know that it is the very time when the Most High is about to visit the world that he has made. So when shall appear in the world earthquakes, tumult of peoples, intrigues of nations, wavering of leaders, confusion of princes, Then you will know that it was of these that the Most High spoke from the days that were of old, from the beginning. For just as with everything that has occurred in the world, the beginning is evident and the end manifest, so also are the times of the Most High. The beginnings are manifesting in wonders and mighty works, and in the end, penalties and in signs. Revelation 17:17. For Yahuwah hath put in their hearts to fulfill his will, and to agree, and to give their kingdom unto the beast, until the word of Yahuwah shall be fulfilled. Amos 5:6-10. Seek Yahuwah, and ye shall live, lest he break out like fire in the house of Joseph, and devour it, and there be none to quench it in Bethel. Ye who turn judgment to wormwood, and leave off righteousness in the earth, seek him that maketh the 7 stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into morning, and maketh day dark with night, that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. Yahuwah is his name, that strengtheneth the spoiled against the strong, so that the spoiled shall come against the fortress. They hate him that rebuketh in the gate, and they abhor him that speaketh uprightly. Job 38:31-32. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in his season, or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons? Pictured here is Psalm 23, but the word found in the image is plasma, and a lightning bolt striking out of it indicates a serious electromagnetically charged air. The number 23 is also a 26 or a 29, which could very well indicate the start of the tribulation this year in 2026 and end in 2029.
Hold on, I want to speak on something quick because she mentioned the Pleiades, right? But it's wild because even when I think about the Pleiades now, right? The Pleiades is also, connected to how would you call it? The star cluster, right? The constellation Taurus, right? But on some of these old maps, you have the Pleiades as continents or a place which is on this realm with us, right? Pleiades was a location on this realm with us, right? It wasn't a place up in the stars. The 7 sisters, right? Pleiades is commonly known as the 7 sisters, right? When I think of the 7 sisters, I think of where is it going on? Where are we?
Ra, and it's related to light.
Right, the 7 sisters again. We got the menorah, the lights, the candles, right? The 7 sisters is connected to it. Even when I hear the word 7 now, I think of the 7 branches, right? The 7 lights, the 7 candles, menorah, moon, as above, so below, right? As above, so below. Like I said, if the Pleiades was a location on this earth, you go back and look at some of the old maps, they're showing you Pleiades is a location on earth connected to, I think it's Atslan, right? Atslan, not Atlantis, but Atslan, right? Now, how can it be on the earth and up in the skies at the same time? Think about that. Just get my phone. What did it just go?
3.5 years later.
Hello there, hope you're very well.
In this image, we have the name of the maker of iPet Goat, the French version of the Economist cover, and a screenshot of Stellarium. What they all have in common is an object located at 11 o'clock. the dot over the circle and Hierophant, the soccer ball over the iris, and Mercury over the sun. The timestamp is March 3rd, 2026 at 13 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds. This is at the same moment, March 3rd, 2026, 13 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds, when the moon is completely eclipsed. This is the blood moon of March 3rd. The soccer ball represents the kickoff of an event expected to go down on March 3rd, which is also the ritual Jewish holiday of Purim, not to mention a multitude of other celebratory feasts going on this day in many countries. We'll come back to this event later. Again, on March 4th, we see the sun, the dot, and the wandering star Mercury at 11. Only this time it is March 4th, and the time is 12 hours, 9 minutes, and 12 seconds. This coincides with the day that the dragon has touched down onto the earth, according to Revelation chapter 12, verses 9 through 12. According to the study of Daniel, coupled with the time frame discovered in Ezekiel, the 1290 days begins on March 4th, 2026. Revelation 12, 9 through 12. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, Now is come salvation, and strength, and kingdom of our Elohim, and the power of his Messiah. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our Elohim day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto death. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time.
I have a 134 IQ. I make
Shut up with your IQ, my friend.
In this image, the character wearing the Masonic mitre board, gloved hands, and black suit sports the same symbolism on his left cheek.
Okay. Hold on a second. Let me see that. I see that there. I see a little crescent. Yeah. I see a little crescent, and I see a mole there. I see a mole. What's that representing? What's that representing? The occultation.
The same symbolism on his left cheek. In this picture, the old woman displays the two wandering stars, Saturn and Venus, in their appropriate positions in the sky. She represents the bride who is persecuted by the dragon in Revelation 12:13.
Dr. Backward said, I'm still laughing at the fancy dancing from the other day and the commentary. That shit was hilarious. I know they were boogieing, right? Boogieing. We can't dance like that. I know that for a fact. The only way you can dance like that if you're raised to dance like that, right? Some of us will be going to A&E if we try to dance like that. Right? Yeah.
And when the dragon saw that he was cast unto the earth, he persecuted the woman which brought forth the man-child. The girl and the circle she is sitting in symbolizes Saturn. Venus is pictured in its appropriate position to the ringed wandering star and is portrayed as having a beard as described by David Talbot, the author of the book Thunderbolts of the Gods.
Yeah, these things have craters in the side of their heads as well. Look at that. Big indentation right there. And here. 1, 2. Got a rabbit going on here. Little rabbit theme at the back. Follow the white rabbit. Showing us one eye. All right, showing us one eye between the split ears. The apple in hand, yeah. The checkerboard floor as well. That also is another representation of Mount Meru. Right? When you see the checkerboard floor, that's another representation of the mountain. Right?
In his own words, he says, as a more positively charged planetary intruder approaches Earth, it responds by producing an electrical discharge beard stretching toward our planet. Neptune is represented by the blue figure circled in green in the image. While I understand in my mind that we live in an electric universe filled with plasma,
Oh, what happened there? Check, check. Might check. You're he. What happened there? Back in the building. It looks like we're back in the building. I see Sote in the building. Brother Tay Tay. Brother Tay Tay. What's good, Tay Tay? I see you down there, family. See you down there. Make sure I ain't missed anybody. Dr. Wake Walker in the building. Is there a doctor in the house? Is there a doctor in the house? I'm a doctor. Welcome, doctor. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Salute, salute, salute. All right, cool. Where are we? Here we are here.
energy. Poseidon is the little god of the sea, storms, earthquakes, and horses. Symbols of this little deity are the trident, dolphin, fish, horse, and the bull. This little god is also known as Neptune. Again, we see the positions of the wandering stars Saturn and Venus depicted in the above pictures, only this time with the reptilian eye and the anti-messiah inside of the egg.
Damn.
The blue figures behind the girl represents the egg.
Let me see that. Where's the egg? Oh, there. I see it. The anti-messiah. I see a head. I see an arm. And what's that? An umbilical cord, maybe? The eye. Damn. Creepy. But fascinating at the same time.
The blue figures behind the girl represents the wandering star Neptune. Neptune is related to the little g, Poseidon, the water god with his trident. In the image to the right, we see this weapon in the word Psalm 23, with the lightning bolt it produces. The image also spells the word plasma 26. The figures suggest a flood and/or a severe melting of ice. The barbed wire is indicative of another lockdown to prevent movement. The little deity Shiva is known as the destroyer within the Tumurti, a Hindu trinity which includes Brahma and Vishnu. This little god is associated with CERN. When viewing this deity's section of the video, each time it stamps its foot, it causes an earthquake. The tongue sticking out of its mouth represents the electrical discharge with the field of debris exiting from Venus. Underneath the landscape in Geneva, Switzerland, is the Giant Hadron Collider, a place with plasma. On the bottom left is a picture of a globular laboratory which resembles the dome of the Earth. At the very top of the round building is what appears to be an apex domed top, which looks just like the aurora glow on the top of Earth's firmament.
My thing is this though. We don't see a dome in nature. Right? I don't see a dome in nature. I see spheres. Like even this thing here, right? How can I put it to you? It looks like it's a globe and a dome in one, right? It looks like a globe and a dome in one. But if we're talking about the eyes, I can't see a dome. unless you're going fractal, like really microscopic, nanoscopic and all them things. But I'm yet to see one in nature. Unless we're talking about a man-made construct. That would make more sense because they say the Bible and these other things is man-made, right? So the construct could be man-made if it's a dome. If it's a sphere, then it's organic.
In the picture on the far lower right, the illustration of CERN's circular mode suggests the same idea of the round auroral plasma. When looking at the images of the round laboratory and the auroral glow on the top of the dome of the Earth, I'm reminded of the scriptures relating to the apple of Yah's eye. Zechariah 2:8. For thus saith Yahuwah Zebaoth, after the glory hath he sent me unto the nations which spoiled you. For he that toucheth you toucheth the apple of his eye. Here we see the crying woman, her head representing the wandering star Saturn with the halo as its ring. The bottle she holds in her hand represents Venus. The cloud exiting the bottle suggests an explosion coming from the top of a very high mountain. The cloud surrounding the mountain is reminiscent of a large plasma disk. According to the cover of the Economist magazine, an explosion occurs at the 1 o'clock hour, which matches the time March 3rd, 2026, at 13 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds. It is followed by the comet C 2026 A1 map, which is supposed to reach perihelion April 4th, 2026, or on the Feast of Unleavened Bread. The hourglass underneath the eye tells the audience that time is running out. Studying the picture, I realized that the woman represents the bride who bore the man-child who was caught away. She flees into the wilderness where Yah has a place prepared for her in Revelation 12:5-6 and 14-17.
That right there, a second. Vladimir said, what drew me to your channel is that this channel first, no one is dealing with purpose other than all globe, flat earth rising, etc. Nobody thinks, yeah. I understand what you're saying there, bro. This is why I don't really go too much channels anymore unless they got different stuff. Right? It is what it is. Yeah, it's like mainstream stuff, right? I don't indulge in the mainstream too much. I'm more of a underground dweller, right? I like the things that are not too mainstream. I find more dots and connections in that, right? So I understand why, you was drawn here, most of you. You're a bit like myself, right? You're not really interested in the mainstream stuff. You like the underground stuff, right? So yeah, salute to that, Vlad. Thank you. You tell me in the building what's happening. What is happening? We've got Kyle in the building, everybody. How you doing, Kyle? Good afternoon. Much love.
And she bore a male child who was to shepherd.
I don't know in the building. We see you down there. I don't know. Welcome, honey. Welcome.
All nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught away to Elohim and to his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by Elohim to be nourished there 1,260 days. And the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle to fly into the wilderness to her place, where she.
Woman was given 2 wings like a great eagle. That sounds familiar. I can't remember where I've heard that before, but it sounds familiar.
Is nourished for a time and times and half a time. And out of his mouth the serpent spewed water like a river after the woman to cause her to be swept away by the river. And the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the river, which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. And the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to fight with the remnant of her seed, those guarding the commands of Elohim and possessing the witness of Yahushua Messiah.
Hello there. Hope you're very well. My name is
Very well. Very well.
I want to point out that the image of the man with the DNA spiraling upward on his body on the Economist cover is representing the biofield within his body. The electromagnetic technology was built and set up around cities and suburbs to disrupt man's natural electrical biofield to destroy him. In the upper left-hand corner is a picture of the dragon next to a brain divided in half by a lightning bolt. First, we see this image depicted in the constellation Orion. This is representative of the positive and negative frequency disrupting the human brain as depicted by the negative Fa and the positive Fa. This is likely indicative of trauma and/or control of the being under certain frequencies. What this image also reflects is the war in heaven and the dragon forced out of heaven through the cervix of the dome over the earth. The dragon does not enter our realm gently, but with a crash, breaking the dome and cascading water, also depicted within the magazine cover. Revelation 12:7. And there was a war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. In the upper left-hand corner is a picture of the star Alnitek in Orion's belt. The nebula which surrounds this star depicts the womb which the anti-Messiah travels through.
Hold on, but what? The womb did you say? Have a look.
Surrounds this star depicts the womb which the anti-Messiah travels through.
We've been looking at the womb. We've been looking into the womb nucleus, right? Clara in the building. How we doing? Welcome.
The Horsehead Nebula is a simile of his boat upon which he rides. In the image to the right, the egg inside the fixture represents Jupiter. In the lower picture, the left twin of Gemini or Castor is seen falling to the ground. The anti-Messiah is in the midst of being thrown down out of heaven in the flames of fire, according to Revelation 12:7-9. In the bottom picture, Jupiter represents Castor, also known as Apollo, having been thrown down from heaven and birthed into our realm on March 3rd, 2026.
I have a 134 IQ. I make.
Do you, my friend?
The ice dome breaks and crashes down below into our realm on March 3rd. As the anti-Messiah crashes through the ceiling, the ice dome breaks and crashes down below. The plasma discharges from the culmination of the electromagnetic columns that twist from the anode and the cathode below. The negative Fa and positive Fa in the image to the left depicts this. A large wave of water pours through the dome. This is
There's that symbol again. There's that symbol. That symbol there tied in with the hollow earth, like the DNA symbol, right? This one right here. Where else do we see that? The pyramids. Hold on a second. Right there. Cool. Right, that symbol there. You see this symbol here? It ties in with hollow earth. I know most of you have known this already, right? Since I've shown you. But this symbol here, right? Right there again. Don't tell me I don't give you nothing. right? You ain't gonna get it anywhere other than here. They're not gonna show it to you. You're welcome.
This is also shown by the image in stellarium of the moving waves in Orion's foot. I was struck.
I don't think you lot understand, really. Everything leads back to hollow earth, hollow moon. The sooner you lot understand and realize that, we can move forward as a collective, right? Go against NASA and these folks as one body. Everyone's split up, everybody's flat earth globe, and there's about 3 or 4 different flat earth societies. It don't make any sense, right? You know, the other day, right? Vibes of Cosmos was live. He had a premiere, not live, but he had a premiere. And for those of you who don't know Vibes of Cosmos, he covers stuff to do with the plasma moon and the moon map and these things of it, right? So look, check this out though. He was doing his show, right? So keeping in mind, he's more of a moon channel, right? The plasma channel, as above, so below type shit. One guy came into the chat room, right? And he said something like, oh, I'm so glad that this channel's around. We need more flat earth channels like this. Something along the lines like that. This upload shows that it's a flat earth, right? In Vibes of Cosmos' chat room. So I replied back to that comment. I said, hey, look, you're missing the bigger picture here. He's showing us we are part of the moon. The guy was saying something like, what do you mean? The moon's plasma, it's a reflection. Duh. Duh. Like, can't write this. You can't write it. He thought Vibes of Cosmos was a flat earth channel. Right? Flat earth, they grasp onto anything. They grasp onto anything when it comes to certain things, right? Just so they feel like, hey, we're winning here. It's not about winning, it's about being correct. It's not about winning, it's about being correct, right? And the thing is, I resonate with flat earth. I know there's more to it with flat earth, but flat earth isn't the end all be all. There's more to it. It don't just stop at flat earth. There's much more to it. Right? How dare you come into Vibes of Cosmos' channel and think it's a flat earth channel? If anything, he falls under a moon channel. Right? As above, so below, the reflection channel. How dare you? 420, if you got that shit.
Struck by the artistic depiction of the twisting spires in the video image. I remembered in my study of the Hebrew letters that one had gone into disuse. This was the 23rd letter Ga, which resembles a twisted rope, and even some of the petroglyphs found in many other countries.
Ah, hold on a second, because that ayn, I swear that was the evil eye. Hold on a second. Let me see something. 1 second, folks. See something. Projections. Okay, no, it's not that one. Okay, let me check this one. Give me a sec. See what that is. Okay, see? 16th letter of the Hebrew alphabet literally means I. Hoy, the 16th letter of the Hebrew alphabet means I, right? The meaning is I. That's crazy. That is crazy. So, like I said, this symbol here, it ties back in with I. Told you, folks. You don't want to believe me. You don't want to believe me. You don't want to believe me. I'm not saying to believe me, but just do your research. Do your research. Drop a bomb, Becky. Don't you know Shiva's on the back of a turtle? Don't you know she's on the back of a turtle? Believe me, don't do the homework. Believe me, she's on the back of a turtle. Yeah, right. Oh man, I love my life. I love my life.
Struck by this, I pulled out my ancient
Right, that sign right there, so. That sign right there, so. It's the ein, the I. It's tied in with the I. Huh? Tied in with the I. I don't make the rules. I just show you the game what you're missing. I just show you the game what you're missing. Right? Don't shoot the messenger. Please don't. Please don't. All right?
ancient Hebrew lexicon by Jeff Benner, and here is what he had to say about this letter.
It even got the little squatter man thing going on. Right? It's got the legs. It's got like the pregnant stomach. It's got a head. It looks like a body. It looks like a body, for crying out loud. But it leads back to the eye, right? It leads back to the eye, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Quote, the Ayin and Ga. While the modern Hebrew alphabet consists of 22 letters, the evidence suggests that there were additional letters in the original Semitic and Hebrew alphabet. One of the ancient Semitic languages of Canaan was Ugarit. This ancient language is almost identical to the Hebrew language of the Bible, but instead of consisting of 22 letters, it has 28 letters. One of the major differences between Ugarit and Hebrew is the additional letter Ga. Evidence such as will be presented here suggests that the letter Ga exists within the Hebrew text of the Bible. When we compare the meanings of the parent roots that were originally spelled with the letter Ga, we notice the similarity in meaning with each of these words. The majority of these words are related to darkness, dark, storm, clouds, rain, blind, and wickedness, wicked, goat, city, bad, and crafty. End quote.
Hold on, go back a second. Let me see these. Wicked, gold, answer, darkness. Darkness. Look what they got for darkness. They got a lenticular shape for darkness. Wowzers. They got the lens for darkness, ladies and gentlemen. Look, the lens and the arm. All right. And the DNA strands. Darkness, yeah. City. Okay. Dark, crafty, rain. Okay.
Bad, and crafty. End quote. Here are some images from the video that define words that include the letter Ga. The girls sitting in the circle with the 12 figures behind her represent Revelation 12:6 and Daniel 12:7. This darkened image signifies that the start of the 1260 days have begun and the window for the bride's escape has closed. The letters C and L next to the apple represent the numbers 3 and 12. The number 3 represents the third day of March when the firmament is blown open, and the 12 is the 12th month on Father's calendar. When the lotus flower opens, the beast's reign begins the 1260-day count.
I have a 134 IQ. I make less money than friends who barely passed.
Oh, you make less money.
Joel
Making me feel bad for you now. Like, stop it.
2:15 and 31. Blow the trumpet in Zion, sanctify a fast, call a solemn assembly, and I will shew wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood and fire and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood, before the great and the terrible day of Yahuwah come. Joel 3:14 through 15. Multitudes, multitudes in the valley of decision, for the day of Yahuwah is near in the valley of decision. The sun and the moon shall be darkened, and the stars shall withdraw their shining. Isaiah 34, 4 through 5.
Even when I think of things like that, right? What did it say? Something turning into blood. Where did it go? And the moon into blood, right? Like, what do you mean into blood? That sounds like something being cut or being hurt is drawing blood. Maybe an operation, right? Maybe an operation. That's what I'm thinking of. When they do operations on the eye, you know, they have to cut through vessels and stuff, little arteries, and you're gonna bleed little veins.
And all the host of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll, and all their hosts shall fall down, as the leaf falleth off from the vine, and as a falling fig from the fig tree. For my sword shall be bathed in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea, and upon the people of my curse to judgment. Revelation 6:12 through 13. And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood, and the stars of heaven fell into the earth, even as a fig tree casteth her untimely figs, when she is shaken of a mighty wind. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is.
See, the heavens falling down to the earth. This stuff is written in the scriptures, right? But there was people who witnessed the stars apparently falling to heaven, I think in the 16 or the 1700s, or maybe even later than that. How many times have the stars fallen to the earth? Does anybody know that? What came first, the scriptures or 1700s? Can anybody fill me in on that? It's fucking mental out here.
Rolled together, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places. According to the thunderbolts of the gods, it says, the electric currents in plasma naturally form filaments due to the squeezing or pinch effect of the surrounding self-generated toroidal magnetic field. Complex electromagnetic interactions cause the filaments to rotate about each other to form a Birkeland current pair. In high-energy discharge sequences, these rotating currents can evolve violently into a stack of disks or toruses around the discharge axis.
Into a stack of disks. That's what happens within the neurons. They stack up, right? The nucleus, the neurons, it stacks up. Yeah, they stack up. Look at this.
And the flower image that you see on to the right is exactly what the artist depicted in this image. And if you want to know more about what happens within a plasma storm, I highly suggest going to Thunderbolt's channel, and they have a lot.
Put yourself first with Tai Chi.
That scared me.
They have a lot of information that you can dig into. While watching Greenland, the movie, I recognized a symbol, the infinity symbol, which resembles the toroidal field in the shape of owl eyes on petroglyphs, as well as seen in the sky. There are also nebulae in the firmament which share the same feature. The plasma toroidal field can also present itself as a human stick figure with two dots on either side of it. What these indicate are impending devastating plasma storms which have been recorded in stone for hundreds, if not thousands of years. According to the research of iPet Goat 2, we are about to experience the same destructive forces in the very near future.
Who makes that stuff? iPet Goat. Does anybody know who's the creator of that stuff? I don't even know who the creator is.
According to
But I must admit, it looks like something either Jay Dreamers would make. Right? It looks like one of his productions. If I'm putting it out there, it looks like something he would make. Right? I don't know who made it, but it looks like something Jay Dreamers would make.
a video called The Disaster Cycle, the full documentary, by a channel called Space Weather News, they say that during a geomagnetic excursion, which is a weak field of the Earth, the particles destroy what I will call the firmament and not the ozone. It causes an increase in UV penetration, which is a biological hazard, amplified weather extremes. The particles are electromagnetic radiation, which has weather and health risks, and magnetic field navigation, which is a problem for birds, mammals, marine creatures, insects, and plants. I also do believe that the horses that are represented in Revelation 6 have to do with the color of the sun as it goes through its changes from yellow to white, which is where we're at now. The horse represents the white sun, going into the red sun, and then finally turning black, as we see in Revelation when the sun turns black as sackcloth.
Revelations, is that what it says? The sun will turn black. I don't think the sun will turn black. I think the sun is black already. Right? These things are events that are possibly happened already, like the future. Right? They're telling you the future in advance. Like they know what's up. They're saying the sun's gonna turn black. That means this original sun is black, in my opinion, the black sun. Right? Where does that take you to? That take you to inner earth, hollow earth, the Black Sun Society, the Black Sun occult, the small mustache man. You know who I'm talking about, right? The Black Sun, the small mustache man. Yeah. Takes you to all of that hollow earth. And where does that lead you to? Hollow moon. Let's keep going.
Cloth. The James Webb Photoshop image with the one above it are pretty much laying out visually what the weather will be like during an electromagnetic plasma storm. Pause the video to read.
Hello there. Hope you're very well.
Hello there.
The
Charlie Rose, how you doing? Greetings, welcome.
old woman represents the bride. She is keeping track of time and
Got Jeeps in the building. How you doing, Jeeps? Big up.
in her place. Though the enemy shows her imprisoned, it couldn't be
We miss you, Jeeps. We miss you.
further from the truth. She is in the place where Yah has prepared for her, and she is being nourished until it's time for her to meet him. It is well known that the enemy despises the bride, and so presents her as an ugly old woman in her state of uncleanness. In Zechariah chapter 3, Joshua, who represents the bride, stands before Yah in his filthy garments, with Hasatan standing close by. Joshua is given clean garments, and his iniquity is taken away from him. Zechariah 3:1-10. And he shewed me Yehoshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of Yahuwah, and Satan standing at his right hand to resist him. And Yahuwah said unto Satan, Yahuwah rebuke thee, O Hasatan, even Yahuwah that hath chosen Jerusalem rebuke thee. Is not this a brand plucked out of the fire? Now Yehoshua was clothed with filthy garments, and stood before the angel. And he answered and spake unto those that stood before him, saying, Take away the filthy garments from him. And unto him he said, Behold, I have caused thine iniquity to pass from thee, and I will clothe thee with change of raiment. And I said, Let them set a fair mitre upon his head. So they set a fair mitre upon his head and clothed him with garments. And the angel of Yahuwah stood by. And the angel of Yahuwah protested unto Yehoshua, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah Zebaoth, If thou wilt walk in my ways, and if thou wilt keep my charge, then thou shalt also judge my house, and shalt also keep my courts. And I will give thee places to walk among these that stand by. Hear now, O Yehoshua the high priest, thou and thy fellows that sit before thee, for they are men wondered at. For behold, I will bring forth my servant the branch. For behold, the stone that I have laid before Yehoshua, upon one stone shall be 7 eyes. Behold, I will engrave the engraving thereof, saith Yahuwah Zebaoth, and I will remove the iniquity of that land in one day. In that day, saith Yahuwah Zebaoth, shall ye carry every man his neighbor under the vine and under the fig tree.
Hello there. Hope you're very well. My name is
Yahuwah's love for the bride is pure, and knowing this, out of hatred and contempt for Elohim, the enemy perverts Father's love for the bride with a carnal and filthy image. The bride holds Yahuwah as her strong tower in her time of pressure and distress. Proverbs 18:10. The name of Yahuwah is a strong tower. The righteous runneth into it and is safe. Psalm 61, 1-4. Hear my cry, O Elohim, attend unto my prayer. From the end of the earth will I cry unto thee. When my heart is overwhelmed, lead me to the rock that is higher than I. For thou hast been a shelter for me and a strong tower from the enemy.
Lead me to the rock that is higher than I. There's always the rock that comes into play, right? A hill, a rock, a mountain, a tower, a pyramid. There's always a highland somewhere in this story.
I will abide in thy tabernacle forever. I will trust in the covert of thy wings. Selah. Psalm 62, 7-8. And Elohim is my salvation and my glory, the rock of my strength and my refuge is in Elohim. Trust in him at all times, ye people. Pour out your heart before him. Elohim is a refuge for us. Selah. Psalm 91, 1-2.
It's a refuge for us. So Elohim and the rock could be one and the same, right? A refuge in the rock, in Elohim, right? That could be referring to the cave again, right? The mountain, the cave.
2. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of Yahuwah, he is my refuge and my fortress. My Elohim, in him will I trust. Psalm 94, 22.
He's the fortress, he's the rock, he's the mountain. That's wild.
But Yahuwah is my defense, and my Elohim is the rock of my refuge. Psalm 142, 5. I cried unto thee, O Yahuwah. I said, Thou art my refuge.
They're putting it to you in a different way, right? They're talking about living inside of the creator, right? Like the same shit I talk about, living inside of the creator or something macro, right? But they've just called it Elohim. But Elohim could also mean rock or mountain, right? So it's living inside of the rock or the mountain, inside of the God, right? Inside of the cave, inside of the eye. Remember, cave is also eye, right? So this is interesting. It's interesting.
And my portion in the land of the living. Ezekiel 8:17-18. And he said to me, Have you seen, O son of man, is it a small matter to the house of Yehudah to do the abominations which they have done here? For they have filled the land with violence and turned back to provoke me. And see, they are putting the branch to my nose. Therefore I shall indeed deal in wrath. My eye shall not pardon, nor would I spare. And they shall cry in my ears with a loud voice, but I shall not hear them. While analyzing iPet Goat 2, I had also connected that the emergency broadcast system boasted colors of the aurora borealis, the same as the Super Bowl. It seems to me that they are broadcasting an impending plasma storm through those colors.
I have a 134 IQ.
Good for you, my man. Good for you.
The first mask depicts the Hindu deity Shiva, which is connected to the little g Poseidon. It is no surprise that there is a connection to CERN as a statue stands before the building. The tongue sticking out is reminiscent of the debris field entering through the dome represented by the circle after an electromagnetic plasma discharge.
On Shiva again, right? Shiva with CERN. We already know what's going on with CERN, right? We already looked into CERN. But I just find it fascinating how everything ties back to the eye and the moon, including Shiva. Including Shiva. CERN also. Even when I look at CERN, it looks like it's meant to be the eye, the optic nerve, going right back to the brain and everything, right? Hold on. I can show you better than I can tell you. Let's get into something real quick. Hold on a second. Oh, head. Okay. What's this one? What's this? It? No, that as well. And them all up, fucking. Let's get them all up since we're here. Triple S, triple S. Do me a favor, ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button. We're gonna do a bit of dot connection, right? Let's do some dot. What's this one? Is that the one I want? Not the one. It should be here somewhere. Okay, what's this one? Boom, here we go. Let's look at some of these for now. That's Shiva there. Give me a second, folks. I'll be with you. I one up. Okay, here we are. All righty. Let's get the ball rolling, shall we? Let's get that one ready. And they're speaking about, right? Speaking about CERN, I already told you, folks, everything leads back to the eye, right? Everything leads back to the eye, believe it or not, right? Leads back to the moon, believe it or not, right? Now, even when I look at CERN, it looks like they're showing me the eye again, right? What do I mean by that? You got the eye at the back, then you got the optic nerve running right at the back, right? The optic nerve running right at the back of it, just like this, right? You see that there? Imagine standing back there and you're seeing that run all the way back, right? Like it's the eye itself. You see that shit? See the optic cable, the optic nerve running right back. Yeah, it looks exactly like it's showing you here. Right? And you got your Shiva, the destroyer, right? Shiva again, right in front of it. So look, check this out. This is like, would be the front of it, right? Going into the pupil, when you go into it, the opening, right? Look, they're even at the front. Look how they've got it displayed, how we show you this, right? Where's that? We show you shit like this, right? The pyramid and the circle above it, right? The pyramid with the circle above it. The pyramid with the circle above it, right? Hidden in plain sight, right back to the moon again, right? But this would be the entrance, like you're going through the pupil, right? And then, the back of it would be going in as you're going in, right? At the back of it, the optic right through here will take you right back to the brain. You follow this right back through the brain to another world, like another dimension. Right? This is exactly what they're showing you, ladies and gentlemen. This goes right back to the brain, to the bigger earth, possibly, right? Oh, crazy. Hidden in plain sight. It's everywhere in CERN. Look, right there, look, you see? Okay, look, check this out, right here, look. Like what I was saying, look. Back of the eye, the optic nerve running right back into the head, right? This is where the optic cup would sit, right? The cup, the optic disc, it runs right back into there. That looks like it wants to go into there, come together as one, right? Right, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. I can't paint it any clearer for you. This is what they're showing you. Right back here would be the optic cup. It goes right back into the brain, and they're showing you the same thing. Where is it? Where'd it go? Where did I just put that? There. All right, same thing. If you see what I'm seeing, if you know what I'm showing you, put a 1 if you can see it. Let me see who understands. Put a 1 if you understand. Put a 2 if you don't understand. Popcat, I don't know, understands. Cece understand. Rasta understand. Uncle Rick understand. Mm. Gee, I'm a friend that. I'm a friend that asks why you understand. Yes, man, you understand. Salute. See, I see the people that understand. Supposed to ones that don't put the 1 or the 2, they're just not interested. They're just not interested. Right? They're just not interested. Simple. Cool. But I'm glad the mass understands. All right. Glad the folks that need to understand, they understand. Where are we? Where the hell did we go?
In the video, notice that each time this figure stamps its feet, it represents an earthquake during the discharge. And with the discharge of plasma, there would be a lightning bolt. It is evident that at CERN they are experimenting with plasma and will likely use it on the firmament. The black and white photo of Earth comes from the book Earth's Ionosphere, Plasma Physics and Electrodynamics. The second mask represents the frog Kek, the Egyptian deity. It represents darkness, which is likely to occur after the intrusion of the dome. In my humble opinion, this darkness will also be a spiritual one throughout the earth. What is interesting about the Wikipedia image is that the colors in the hieroglyphs are similar to the rainbow-colored aurora borealis seen in the north. Here we see the figure dancing with the frog mask and the former leader. Connecting these images together are the symbols on the mask and the light on the sweat between the eyes. 3 Hebrew letters are recognized, the Gimel, the Dalet, and Lamed, or the English letter L. Dalet also carries the meaning of gate, portal, and entrance. The definitions of the letters together read, pride enters the portal with a rod or cattle goad. Understanding that this president's name is the Hebrew word H1300 Barak that means lightning, it's not hard to conclude the gist of these images. More interesting is the fact that the numerical values of the letters Gimel, Dalet, and Lamed represent time, as in 3-3 or March 3rd and 3-4 or March 4th. The gematria 12 of the letter L symbolizes the 12th month of Yahuwah's calendar.
Ha! He banned me. He banned me. Fucking loser Provo banned me. He banned me.
As the figure dances, a blurred image of a man's face appears in the fire in the second image. And then we see a dog's head, Anubis, emerge. A portal begins to open and waves of water begin to stand up. And as I look at these waves stand up, I'm reminded of some waves that I saw yesterday. The clouds.
This incredible mold remover
Mold remover. Oh, let's have a listen.
shine in just 15 minutes.
Ooh.
This incredible product eliminates stubborn.
Ooh, ladies, are you watching this, ladies? There's no excuses for mold anymore now, ladies. I've just shown you a new product, right? Let's get busy now, ladies. I'm joking.
Picture look the same as this image. Clouds under normal conditions do not form this way, and so I must conclude that this is part of a plasma incident mixed with the electromagnetic energy and frequency in the air. As the figure begins to morph into another creature, another deity emerges from the flames of the fire. It looks like Thoth with its headdress atop its head. The left hand and arm of the dancing figure takes on the shape of a crocodile. In the next picture, an uncanny resemblance to the former leader is seen melting in the flames. A chilling description in the lower right-hand corner says that an imbalance results in a meal for Amit.
You know, I've noticed 2 things here. His headrest, right? It's like it's got a sphere inside of a construct. Something inside, like a mountain or rock with a sphere right in the middle of it, in his headrest, right? The split again. The split again. It lies right between the split. One horn that way and another horn, right? But this one over here, and then outside of it, look above it, right? Look above it. It's another source of light or something outside of the construct, something outside of this, right? Something outside. This reminds me of the optic again, the original sun, not the sun inside the construct with us. Not that sun. I'm talking about the black sun, something outside of the construct, ladies and gentlemen. That's why this is outside of the construct. All right. And over here to your right, you got the scales again, the T, right? That's another representation apparently for the moon, right? Something that weighs. It's a dealing with density, lightness, weighing. Right? Don't let it go over your heads, folks, man. Don't worry, that's why you got me.
The chimera of a crocodile, lion, or
And the crocodile. Thank you. We nearly missed that, right? I forgot what civilization it is, but the crocodile, the moon is on the crocodile's back, right? The moon is on the crocodile's back, which is another representation of the pyramid. If they don't show you the pyramid, sorry, the moon on its back, they'll show you the pyramid, the construct on its back. which is another representation of the moon, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And then Anubis is weighing the heart. Right. He's weighing the heart. I already told you the heart is another analogy for the hollow earth. Right. When you see the when you see the heart, it's the hollow earth also, just like Jesus descended into the heart of the earth. Right. It's all a hollow theme. It's all a moon theme. It's all an eye theme. It's all a lens theme.
or hippo. And underlined, I have, having a heart equal to the weight of the feather allows passage to the afterlife, whereas an imbalance results in a meal for Amit, the chimera of the crocodile. That is interesting. The third mask, which is the bear mask, represents the little deity Artemis, who is a twin of Apollo. Artemis is also identified with Selene, G 4582, the personification of the moon.
Got Squirrel Sniper in the building, salutes. Got Mayhem in the building, Wicked, salutes, salutes. Said our tears rain. Who knows? Who knows? Our tears rain. God weeping. Crocodile tears. What is that a thing? Crocodile tears. I've never heard that saying before. Crocodile tears.
Moon. This deity is affiliated with sudden death. And if you want to read more about her, go ahead and pause the video. Here we see Artemis and
Artemis, hold on. Okay, goddess of nature, childbirth, wildlife, healing, the hunt, sudden death, animals. That's mad. The hunt. You know, it was crazy. Apparently, right? I've heard that the Epstein man, right? The Epstein guy, he was hunting black people. Yeah, he was hunting black people. Apparently, that's crazy. Oh, what's this here? Hold on. The names: Mount Olympus, planet Moon. So she's the deer, serpent, dog, boar, goat. What's the other one?
pause the video. Here we see our head and pause the video.
Quail. And a
Here
quail.
we
Okay.
see Artemis representing the blood moon on March 3rd, 2026 at 13 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Said yes, crocodile tears is a thing. Okay, see? Crocodile tears. That sounds like waters within the firmament, right? Within the lens. Yeah, waters within the lens or the firmament, the moon.
And look what is connected to Artemis. Can't imagine what they're going to do with it. 2 rockets, one in China and the other at Cape Canaveral, Florida, are slated to be launched in February. Note that the timing is to be announced. Interestingly, the Blue Origin is one of the 2 to be launched. We shouldn't be too surprised if they also decide to detain the liftoff until March. Many more rockets are scheduled to be deployed or be announced after the 3rd. The rocket, the Artemis, is due to be launched on March 3rd, 2026, the same day as the blood moon, and
This incredible mold remover gel can
as the mask begins to change from that of the bear to a raven, notice that in the fire an image of the trident is touching down onto the ground. This could be indicative of an earthquake caused by CERN striking the dome or the apple of Yah's eye. Zechariah 2:8.
Hold on. The apple of Yah's eye. The apple of Yah's eye. What are you referring to? What is the apple of the eye? You referring to the lens of the eye? You referring to the lens? Is the lens the apple? You said the apple of the eye. So you're not referring to the eye itself, it's something of the eye. Right? So it has to be the lens you're referring to.
For thus saith Yahuwah Zebaoth, after the glory hath he sent me unto the nations which spoiled you, for he that toucheth you toucheth the apple of his eye. This is the fourth mask. Once the figure has transformed into a raven, his wings reveal the number 26, which is the current year on the Gregorian calendar. It also resembles a 5, which would still be correct as the new year has not yet begun on Yah's calendar. The raven represents the little deity Apollo. The deity Apollo was the prophetic deity of the Delphic oracle and the deity of ritual purification. His oracles were often consulted for guidance. Medicine and healing are associated with Apollo, whether
Sign again. There's that sign again. Where we see that? Where we see that? I showed you before. The apple of your eye is not merely a metaphor for affection, but it's forensic identify. Okay, yeah. It's the pupil. I think you are right there. I think the apple of the eye is something to do with the pupil itself. Yeah. But like I said, I knew it wasn't the eye. I knew it was something to do with the eye. I thought it was the lens, but yeah, I forgot for a second. It is the
whether through the god himself or mediated through his son Asclepius. Apollo delivered people from epidemics.
Yuri, check. Mic check. Yuri. Check.
Yet he is also a god who would bring ill health and deadly plague with his arrows. So also we see that the plague doctor is associated with the raven, which begins with the letter Ga. As the sky breaks open, the figure begins floating upward. The debris in the figure fall back down to the ground. So what you see in the first picture to the upper right is the dome of the earth. And as soon as the dome has been broken open, you see the particles falling down to the ground and the figure is lifted up. During the process of putting the slides together, I ran across another video on a topic that was related to the one I was currently studying. As I began to look into the New York procession that took place February 2nd, 2026, I realized that this was another ritual going on in New York City. The sun pole carried by the priests represent the Sun, Mercury, Saturn, and Venus. On the pole, Mercury is the solid black circle sitting on top of the sun's rays circled in red. In the green box, Saturn is the black circle with a metallic ring on the outside. In the center circle, where it is hollow, that represents Venus. Apollo
Venus in the hollow center. Okay.
Is represented by the wandering star Mercury and the sun. On February 2nd, 2026, or on the 16th day of the 11th month, a Shabbat, the Vatican led a ritual procession in New York City. They led a Tridentine Mass when they reached their place of worship. I had to look up Tridentine Mass to see what this meant because I'm not a Catholic. And when I looked it up, I immediately saw an order called the Council of Trent, a society within the church that makes sweeping reformations of its doctrines to meet agendas befitting the world's problems. But just to be sure I understood what the Tridentine Mass was, I looked at its definition. According to them, they edit or revise the way they celebrate. which I would imagine also includes their liturgies or prayers to their little gods. As I'm reading this terminology, I'm beginning to pick up what they are really putting down. And this means looking at the words in Tridentine Mass.
Hello there. Hope you're very well. My name is Paul Smith.
Hello, Paul Smith.
You know how these churches like to tell you one thing and keep the truth to themselves? I was clued into the word Tridentine. Right out the gate is the word trident, which is a three-pronged energy weapon belonging to Neptune or Poseidon, which they worship under cover. The "-ine" in Tridentine simply means of or pertaining to, which in this case is the trident. Another phrase that caught my attention was Roman missile. So what rhymes with missile but missile? Pretty much, they held one of the many satanic rituals in New York City. They are telling us what they are going to do while they laugh at our ignorance.
To summarize what I have, what I've shown you, their goal is to begin their golden age with a bang by opening the firmament with rockets to bring down their anti-messiah. Oh, these plasma storms will culminate, accumulate, I think, over the next 3 to 1.5 years until the end when Elohim destroys the earth with his theory. Okay. Okay, so someone's gonna destroy the earth. I don't know who. Don't know who. Maybe you, maybe me. Who's gonna destroy that earth? I'd love to watch it happen from a distance. I'd love to watch that happen from a distance. I don't know why. I'd love to see it happen from a distance. With everybody off the earth, right? Everybody in, a safe place. I'd love to watch it from a distance. I don't know why, but I'd like to watch it from a distance. It's crazy, right? How we could watch natural disasters and look at them with amazement. Look at them with amazement, right? Wild. I love it though. I can't deny it. I'd love to see a tornado, hurricane, great flood. I'd love to see all that stuff. I really would. So yeah, what was that lady talking about? What was she talking about? CERN. CERN, right? What are we talking about? We're talking about CERN for a second. Why are they showing us with CERN? Right, this CERN thing. Something looked a bit dodgy with CERN. Right, let's have a look at CERN again. Right, I see the eye again. Right, I see the eye again. Running back at the optic nerve. Right, just like this. Everything leads back to the eye. The moon, the lens, the nucleus, the mother. Don't ask me why. It just is. It's one of those things. We're gonna find out when we need to find out, I suppose, right? But at this moment, all the symbols are leading back to the mother, the moon. Even when you look at some of these organizations, right? Their logo, their insignias happen to be the moon. Happens to be the moon. Why is everybody repping the moon and they got us repping something else? That's crazy.
Question: who runs the world? Is it religion or secret societies White people, black people, or is it all the above?
See, look at even the hat. Look at the little fez hats, right? Look at the moon again, right? It's on you the lens. And then the little star in the middle. What's that, Venus? Is that the nucleus? Is that inside of the moon? I don't know, but it leads back to the moon. Why ain't they got a sun up here? Why ain't there a sun? Why have they got a moon? Hmm? Who really runs the world?
The 5 men that wear the Moroccan fez hat are people that are at the highest level of power. Do you think they have handlers that tell them what to execute with that power and authority? Family, here is a king with a fez hat, not a crown on his head. Is this him showing who grants his power? Here is a U.S. president with the same hat. He's not wearing a U.S.
Oh, it's a US president. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Even the US presidents have garments with moons on them. Hmm? Why is everybody wrapping the moon? Why is everybody repping the moon in secrecy? I don't understand. Well, I know I understand now, but you know, it was a rhetorical question.
U.S. flag? Is the president showing his alliance to the societies that placed him in power? Family, we live in a world of secrets. Even our chicken has 11 secret spices. Let me show you the 12th secret. Here is Colonel Sanders and the Sanders.
Ah,
The whole identity of the colonel was Masonic.
look, even Mr. Sanders has got the moon hats, the fez hats. They got the moon hats. They ain't got no sun hats or no dome hats, no flat earth hats. They got lens hats. Hmm? Lens hat, moon hats. Hit you with that pillium frillium.
Do you see the Fez hat on their head? The power or society that controls our food handlers control the kings of the world.
So basically, you're saying people who's connected to the moon run the world, right? People who has a connection to the moon possibly run the world, right? Islam Island. Ah, that's crazy. Look at that. Islam, Island, Islam, Islam, Lam itself, Lam, Islam, Lam, Lamb, the light, Lamb. Uh,
The presidents and world leaders. Seeing this makes you ask who controls the world? Is it religion, the all seeing eye, or the compass, the secret society, or both? Family. Is the world a stage? Why do all the stadiums have eyes?
yeah, we've been through this, right? They all have eyes. We've already touched this. Why? Why the eye? What are they showing us with the eye? Now, even look at these little things here, right? These little, they look like the muscles. Whoa, what happened there?
What's good, family? Is it religion, the all seeing family?
Right? These little bits there, they kind of remind me of kind of like these bits. But then those, I mean, look, these bits remind me of you going into the eye, like the back bit actually, like even these veiny bits, right? Or veiny bits there. Mental. Where the fuck did that go? Oh, damn. There we are.
Is the world a stage? Why do all the stadiums have eyes? Friend up, drop a like for the next one.
Why do they look like eyes? Hmm? Why do you think these stadiums look like eyes, ladies and gentlemen? You think they're trying to tell us something? Got chills in the building. What's going on, chills? 420 if you got that. Have a look at the chat room real quick. People, damn, salutes to you. Happy triple S, right? Happy triple S. Hope you are enjoying the show so far, you know. But yeah, it seems like everything leads back to the eye. Even CERN, right? Even CERN. Even CERN. They're showing you in plain sight. Showing you in plain sight, right? Even with the keyhole one, look at that. Right? We've been looking into this shit. Look, this is the view from above, right? So you got the eye here and the optic nerve running back. Running right back into there. Into the skull, into the head. This is at the back of it again. Shit runs back in. Ain't no way around it. Into the doorway. Maybe into the bigger earth. I don't know. Maybe that would be like, I don't know. What could that be? I don't know what that would be. What planet or what region would the skull be? Hmm? What would that be, the skull? I know it's the upper room, but I don't know what planet or what it would be. It won't be Saturn because I think Saturn's the smallest. Or maybe that is the Saturn. I don't know. Ooh, that's a crazy one. We'll find out sooner or later. I know that much. We'll find out. But yeah, it all leads back to there, right? It all leads back. That's some more of them right there. Look at this one. Oh, I want to see that one. Yeah, look at that. Damn. Running right back there. This is where the is this where the particle goes down? Does the particle go through here? The God particle. Is that where the particle goes through there? Look at this. What are they doing? Hmm. Optic. Look at these two guys down here. Look at them. Yeah. Why do they have to be in the picture? Look, they got a camera there. They're taking a picture of this. Why they're in the picture. It's wild. Ah, let's see this one. What are you not looking? Oh, hold on. What's this? Ah, like a mirror. It's almost like a mirror or something. Oh no. Yeah, all these back to the eye. All these back to the eye. Even the rituals, because remember, CERN is like another ritual. CERN is like another ritual, ladies and gentlemen. Turning something on, right? Everybody gathers around when it's going on. It's like a portal or something, they say, right? It's like a portal. It's like another ritual. Another ritual in plain sight, right? Who's this? Peter Higgs, right? Is this him? Higgs boson. Peter Higgs. Look, it's always an old boy, isn't it? It's always an old boy, right? You check this guy's background, he's probably one of the biggest PDFs in Switzerland or something. Big PDF in Switzerland, right? If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but it's always an old boy. It's always an old boy, right? Yeah, okay. Let's have a look at you. What's this right here? Damn, what's that? Look at that. It's a ritual. It all back to the eye, right? Everything leads back to the eye. What do I mean by that? Hang on. This is what I mean. Yeah. Olympics, opening, ceremony again, right? Pay attention. Look at that. Showing you the celestial sphere with something inside of it. Something burning. Something glowing. Leus. Nucleus, maybe.
Upside down pentagrams, flaming symbols, and fiery speculation. The Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics opening ceremony is sparking outrage and conspiracy theories across social media. Videos from the event are going viral, with some viewers claiming the organizers showcased satanic symbols right in front of millions. Was it intentional, a secret message, or just a visual misinterpretation? Let's break down what actually happened and why this ceremony has everyone talking.
I mean, they know why they do it, right? They know why they do these things, right? There's always meanings behind what they do. There's always a meaning. They don't just do it for no reason. They ain't got time to waste. They have an agenda, right? If they could war against anything, they would war against time, right? They don't have time to waste. That's why they show you these things. It's for a reason. Just like with Hollywood, right? Hollywood's there for a reason to show you their side of the story through many genres, right? Whether it's horror, sci-fi, romance, and so on and so forth. They give you little clues, little gems in these movies, what they really want you to know, right? It's all for a reason.
Actions were intense. Of course, we get a satanic pentagram at the Olympics from the globalists trying to destroy the West. Look at this blatant worshipping of a flaming pentagram. Liberalism has always been rife with Luciferians. Clearly visible upside-down pentagram at the opening ceremony, revelation of the method. These posts have gone viral, generating debates and intense backlash online. This isn't the first Olympics to spark religious controversy. In 2024, a viral fake video claimed the Paris Olympics opening ceremony was secretly endorsed by the Church of Satan, referencing a pagan-style tableau that drew criticism from Christian groups. But investigations showed that it was just a misinterpretation of theatrical visuals. Oni has proven one thing: a single symbol can trigger a storm of speculation. Whether it's a pentagram or just an artistic choice, viewers are already debating it, and it's trending worldwide. Was this a secret message, a misinterpreted visual, or just fiery choreography? Decide for yourself.
Hold on a sec. Oh, what happened there? What do you folks think about this? Anybody got any thoughts or opinions on this? All right, you know what I'm gonna do as well. Let me go ahead and drop that link. I wonder if that'll still work. What do you think this is right here? Even the pentagram, through my research, what I've come across, the pentagram leads back to the eye again. All right, everything leads back to the eye. If it's not the eye, it's the moon. If it's not the moon, it's the lens. It's all in the same ballpark. Right? It's all in the same ballpark. It's can't get any clearer. It's wild. Like I said earlier on today, right? I lost about 97% of my work, maybe coming on to 2-3 years ago. And some of the stuff in there was just wild. You know, even some of the eye stuff that I come across before I knew it was the eye, I didn't understand. But now I understand everything leads back to the eye. Even the pentagram, believe it or not.
Here's what's at the bottom of the Epstein rabbit hole.
Oh, hell. Congratulations, you made it to the bottom of the Epstein rabbit hole. Pay close attention. Jeffrey Epstein was on the board of directors for an organization called the Lifeboat Foundation. He was also on the board of directors.
The Lifeboat Foundation, right? The Lifeboat Foundation. We looked into that as well, actually, because that is wild. All right, hold on. Let me show you a few things. Where did it go? Give me a second. Is this the one? Hold on a second. Give me a second, folks. Where's it gone? I had it here somewhere. Ah. Where's it gone? Give me a second now. I've lost something. Oh, man. I hate when this happens. Hold on a sec. Come back to that after. I've got something else lined up anyway, but yeah, where was we? We was over here. All right, cool.
for an organization called Teachers in Space. Look them both up.
What?
They actually exist. They have websites. They don't even try to hide what they're doing.
Oh,
Lifeboat Foundation builds giant underground cities, okay? They openly advertise.
You hear that? Giant underground cities, lifeboat, right? Underground cities. Crazy. I had it here somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it went to. Give me a second. Damn. Where'd you go? Come on. You know, it's wild because me and my children are in on the same account, right? And they watch things. So when they watch stuff, it pushes my stuff down right to the bottom. So it takes me longer than expected to find what I need because I've got so much children stuff here I need to get rid of. So excuse me. But oh man, see, damn children. Messing up my show, children. But yeah, basically I had something on the Lifeboat Foundation, right? But like I said, it's underground stuff, right? Underground cities and these things, right? It's taking you into more hollow earth territory, right? Inner earth stuff. They're going into the earth, making their civilization inside of the earth, right? What are they trying to escape from? Let's keep going.
Advertise it, and for a fee and with an application letter, they might accept you to join their little society where they apparently have whole cities underground. They also advertise would take the clients off world in the event of a catastrophe. And it's really interesting because Teachers in Space also talks about taking payloads off world, which is all really weird, right? It gets even more interesting.
What the hell?
Donald Barr.
What do you mean by off world? Right? Off world. It sounds like world and realm. I don't know. Could be world, off world. Is the creator the world? I don't know. Like, what was their concept of the world back in the ancient days? If they haven't traveled all around the world, right? What was their concept of the world? It must have been something local, right? Even some of the floods, right? Some of the floods, they was known as local floods, but it was a world flood, a worldwide event. But at the same time, you know, there was something in the scriptures where they speak about the Lord flooding somewhere, right? He flooded the world, but I think it was just a local place, but it was known as the world. I forgot what it was exactly, but he flooded a place, a local place, like one place, but to them it was the world. Right? So that shows you what was their understanding of the world. Is it just one crater as our world and then the next crater is another world? I don't know.
Was the one who inducted Jeffrey Epstein with zero experience into the Dalton Institute, where he was a teacher. Donald Barr wrote a really interesting book called Relations in Space about an aristocratic elite trafficking children into space. Are you following me here?
What in the hell?
Is the district attorney that was supposed to prosecute Jeffrey Epstein and bring him to justice was literally William Barr, Donald Barr's son. Now, the Lifeboat Foundation is really interesting because in 1996, they pioneered wireless money transfers. They're the second organization in the world to ever do this. This is a decade or two before Bitcoin even was a concept, right?
Before even Bitcoin was about, they was doing a wire transfer for, okay.
So you got an organization that is doing wireless money transfers that are untraceable, large sums of money, and they're building giant underground infrastructures. It gets even weirder.
Yeah, untraceable money and underground infrastructures is not a good combination. I smell something fishy, right? money that can't be traced, and underground civilizations. I smell something fishy. And apparently Epstein played a big part in this. Like, when I come across these files and stuff, he played a bigger role in this. It seems like scientists and, you know, people of importance was going to Epstein for answers. Wild. Who is this guy?
Weirder, I found out through looking on archive.org that Lifeboat Foundation has a homeless youth outreach program. And they used to have a whole station in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, and a whole board of people. They're all out of the Rhinelander, Wisconsin area. And they had this meeting in 2017, a homelessness problem solving like meeting, right? So you have an organization that's interested in homeless youth, interested in wireless money transfers, and interested in underground infrastructure. I don't know if you guys heard about Sasha Riley, but he's telling the truth. He was trafficked by the Epstein elite. He was in films that he survived, but he witnessed people get unalived. And what I'm telling you is it gets crazier. The reason why Epstein surrounded himself with the scientific elite is because he was doing human cloning and he was doing consciousness transferal and stuff like this.
Consciousness transferal? What? What? Come on, man. Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
I swear to God, I know this gets crazy, but it's true. What I'm telling you is he had celebrities down there. He had a cloning center down there.
Here's what's at the bottom of the...
Yeah, so there's more to it with this Epstein guy, right? There's more to it with this Epstein guy. Transferring consciousness, cloning people, underground civilizations, private islands. I mean, what is going on? Consciousness, right? On one of my first videos, excuse me, I touched on that a bit with the consciousness and the Neuralink. Right? I came into this game and I put my money on Elon Musk, Bill Gates, James Terrell, Kanye West, and Odin. I put my money on those guys, and it seems like I made a good choice. Right? They seem to be some big players in this game. Wicked stuff out here. Wicked stuff. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, these people are up to something. Right? They're up to something. Especially when it comes to this shit right here. Right? What is going on with this stuff? Why have they got Shiva the Destroyer? Why have they got Shiva the Destroyer? Right? And then when we look at this here, right? It reminds me of something like, look, hold on. What was you watching a second ago? We was watching, let me go back and show you that something a second. Where was we? No, we weren't there. I think it was here somewhere, right? One of them pictures. Hold on. Oh, that's the CERN one. We don't want that one. Here we go. Boom. Doesn't this again, right? Look at what they're showing you, the archway and the sphere inside of it, right? Doesn't it look like that thing what we just was looking at? This again, all right? A sphere within a sphere within a sphere, right? Something within a construct, within a cave or something, right? Look at the doorway. It's through again. Look at the doorway. Look at the arch again, right? We've seen those arches. We're just looking at that somewhere. Which one was it? It was somewhere up here. Yeah, that same type of doorway. I may have lost it now because we've moved on quite a bit from there. But they had the doorway thing going on, right? Now, even when I look at that again, where was it? Keep losing it. Reveal. Right, look, the doorway, right, in a construct, concave within a concave, right? But the patterns, look at these patterns, right? Look at the symbol, look what I'm showing you. Right, it looks exactly like this shit again over here. Inside of CERN, right? The eye. Right, the nucleus. You go into that shit, you're gonna get the nucleus, ladies and gentlemen. Almost looks like the spider. Almost looks like the spider. Right, you see that? Within a hollowness, concave within a concave. Right? Concave within a concave. Right? Within a concave. Concave within a concave within a concave. All leads back to what? The eye. Micro, macro. As above, so below. This shit don't take you to flat earth. This shit is too advanced for flat earth. This shit don't take you to rising earth. This shit's too advanced for rising earth. Different levels out here, ladies and gentlemen. Takes you back to mother as well, in case you didn't know. Right? Takes you back to that eye. Everything goes back to that eye. What's this CERN insider saying?
In recent years, she decided to start speaking publicly about things that take a lot of
black holes, change of time. They had changed something in the reality. They are disclosing that they are doing all this type of research on wormholes, black holes, change of time and space. I mean, officially.
Yes, she's talking about CERN. And something strange happened there in November 2009. CERN's director of research, Sergio Bertolucci, made a very interesting statement.
This director of CERN says that the Titanic machine may possibly create or discover previously unimagined scientific phenomenon or unknown unknowns. For instance, an extra dimension. Out of this door might come something, or we might send something through it. There would be an open door, but that even with the power of the LHC at his disposal, he would only be able to hold it open a very tiny lapse of time, 10 to 26 seconds. But during that infinitesimal amount of time, we will be able to peer into this open door, either by getting something out of it or sending something into it. Of course, adds Bertolucci, after this tiny moment, the door would again shut, bringing us back to our normal four-dimensional world.
This is Dr. Astrid Stuckelberger, a Swiss scientist who spent decades in research and worked with major institutions in Geneva, with access to a lot of internal information. In recent years, she decided to start speaking publicly about things that take a lot of courage to say out loud. In this video, you'll hear some things that may shake your worldview. I think she revealed more than she should have. Watch this.
She invited me to see everybody and put me at the table of two physicists from the CERN, one in Geneva, one in Portugal, because there are many other mini CERNs. It's not just Geneva. I said, so how many dimensions officially are living in the CERN? They both said 17. very affirmatively.
CERN is a
17. Why 17? What's connected to 17? I don't know about 17. Anybody got anything on 17? I got nothing on 17.
CERN is a major physics research center near Geneva, on the border between Switzerland and France, where scientists study the structure of reality at the smallest scale. Its main machine is the Large Hadron Collider, a 27-kilometer underground ring where particles are accelerated.
Oh, Vlad said 8. I see what you did there. 1 + 7. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Close to the speed of light and collided. This is how the Higgs boson was discovered in 2012, the particle linked to why matter has mass. What most people don't know, and this is where it gets interesting. When the Large Hadron Collider was about to start in 2008, there was a concern among some physicists about the scale of the experiment. The LHC operates at energy levels never reached before in a laboratory. Some theoretical models suggested that unusual phenomena could occur at those energies, including the formation of microscopic black holes or other exotic states of matter. This uncertainty led to legal challenges. In 2008, a lawsuit was filed in a US court asking for the LHC to be stopped. The case was dismissed because the court had no jurisdiction over CERN. The decision was appealed and dismissed again. Between 2008 and 2010, similar complaints were filed in European courts. None of them stopped the experiments. The legal decisions did not assess whether the experiments were safe. They only established that the courts could not intervene. As a result, the LHC was switched on. From that point on, humanity began running experiments that recreate conditions similar to those that existed shortly after the Big Bang. And that's just a small detail. Watch this.
They said about 2018 there was a bang. Actually, one of the criticisms is that they had changed something in the reality and that they had changed time, space, and they opened other realities. And isn't it at that time that Marvel started to do a lot of movies on multidimensional Doctor Strange?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So right about around when that stuff was happening with CERN, Doctor Strange made his appearance. Got you. Got you. Now it makes sense. And I mean, Doctor Strange is all about opening gateways and portals and these things, right? Yeah, interesting.
I mean, Doctor Strange.
Yes, the multiverse. Yep.
Yeah,
Multiverse. That's it. Yes. Okay. Yes. Let me see. You know, I haven't really looked into Doctor Strange like that. But yeah, look at that. He's got the mirror thing going on. He's got the eyes in the mirrors and all that. Oh, Lord. Look at this eye up here. Look at this one right there. Who does this belong to? You got to zoom in to see that. I can't zoom in anymore on that one. But yeah, it's a little one right there. All these eyes on the glass, right? Broken fragments. You got to zoom in. There's one there. One there. One there. One there. 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 There's some weird looking eye right here. On there. 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 Right, they're everywhere. I told you once and I'll tell you again. It all leads back to the eye. Ladies and gentlemen, it leads back to the eye.
Yes, I know, this kind of information is hard to process. It doesn't fit into how we normally understand reality.
I know, this is what I keep telling everybody. I say to them, look, I know it seems wild and crazy. It's not what we're used to, right? But just walk with me. Walk with me and then you'll understand. But yeah, I know, it's crazy, right? An eye. Living in an eye. Living in something that which might be the creator. I know it sounds crazy. But then we forget we live inside our mothers for 9 months, right? 9 months we're inside of our mother. And before that, we're inside of our papa, apparently. But, you know, living in something macro seems crazy to people when I say it to them. Yeah, I know. I'm crazy. London's crazy.
And what makes this more disturbing is that there are a lot of real-world examples that lines up with what Dr. Astrid is describing, something that happened and that still has no clear explanation. I'm going to show you one example that might leave you speechless. I really don't understand how that happened, but maybe you know. Before I show it you, one quick clarification. You see these clips? Maybe you think I filmed this myself or that I made these animations. But I didn't. All of this comes from Storyblocks, the platform that I use to make these videos. And now I'm happy to say they're sponsoring the channel. Everything I need is in one place. 4K and HD video, templates, music, sound effects, images around the world between different modes. On a yearly, large groups of people were sharing the same memories. And that was the first option. Now, back to what I wanted to show you. In 2009, Fiona Broome was the first to notice something strange. Large groups of people were sharing the same memories, and those memories didn't match reality. Not isolated mistakes.
Oh, you're talking about the Mandela effect. Well, hold on. Anything new from the Mandela boys? Della. Anything new from the Mandela boys? Hey, it's your time to shine now, Mandela boys. If you got anything now, all right.
But collective ones. She later called this the Mandela effect. I'm sure you...
Della. Where's my Della boys? Della. Where you at? Where's the Mandela boys? Anything new from the Mandela boys? Anything new from the Mandela Society? The Nelson Mandela Squad? Anything new from the Mandela Della? All right.
Already heard of it. The timing is interesting because it's exactly the same period when the Large Hadron Collider was being switched on and tested. The first beam circulated in 2008 and the first major collisions happened in 2009. Two completely different things happening at the same time. On one side, the largest physics experiment in history begins operating, and on the other, people start noticing that their shared memories don't line up with recorded reality. It may be nothing. It may be coincidence.
You know what's crazy? Do you think that Hadron Collider stuff is messing with the ether? If it's messing with the ether, do you think our consciousness could be connected to the ether and it's just scrambling stuff? I don't know, just a thought.
But the overlap in timing is hard to ignore, and that's why this connection keeps coming up again and again. Not as proof of anything, but just as a pattern that feels a little too strange to be random. Do you remember the Monopoly Man? Did he have a monocle or not? Well, the official version says he never had one, but a large segment of the population remembers him with a monocle. I remember him clearly with a monocle. This is
even that.
Of the population remembers him with a monocle.
Monocle again. Right, the monocle. All I see, I just see the eye again and the optic nerve. I see the eye and the optic nerve in that. Right, that's what I see. See the eye and the optic nerve. Right, I see that CERN shit, right? The eye and the optic nerve. Right there.
I remember him clearly with a monocle. This is something I really wanted to share in this video because it's really messing me up. So if he didn't have a monocle, why does the Monopoly Man appear wearing one in the movie?
Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, and you must be the Monopoly guy.
Ah, look, the Monopoly guy has these monocles right there. See, look at that. Jim Carrey's doing his job, eh? Jim Carrey's doing his part.
Thanks for the free parking.
And not just that. Here's an article from a 2004 newspaper that mentions this common memory of the Monopoly Man wearing a monocle. One of many old references that describe the Monopoly Man with a monocle. And all of this is kindly confirmed by Max Lowen, known as the world's smartest kid, who strangely disappeared from the internet.
Strangely disappeared? Who is this guy? Never heard of this kid. Never.
After his famous video.
What happened was we made this universe sort of out of balance, and our universe...
Because of the
The collider, the super collider?
Yeah, we altered the weight of a single electron, which I believe shifted us into a parallel universe.
He's suggesting that reality doesn't exist.
What? Who's this little kid? Who's this little kid? What are you talking about, little kid? Let me hear that again.
Collider?
Yeah, we altered the weight of a single electron, which I believe shifted us into a parallel universe.
He's suggesting that reality doesn't exist as one single fixed timeline. Instead, there are many parallel versions of reality that exist at the same time. These versions are almost identical, but not completely. There are small differences between them. Most of the time, they're so small that we don't notice them.
Look at that. That looks nice. I like this.
Max's idea is that sometimes we move from one version of reality to another, and when that happens, things that we remember from the previous version don't always match what exists in the current one. He believes that this is what the Mandela effect is. Not a memory error, but a mismatch between what we remember and the version of the reality that
Hold on, what was that with
not
three?
a memory error, but a mismatch between.
So what's wrong here? What's the problem here? What's the Mandela effect with Fred now? Oh, two T's. Okay. Flintstones or Flintstones. What? The Flintstones. Damn, I can't remember now. I can't remember. Is it Flint or Flintstones? Flintstones. I can't remember. That's crazy.
Match between what we remember and the version of the reality that we're currently in. The differences are small in theory, maybe just 1%, but on a human level, that 1% can feel very large. Now look at this image. You see the red on the Coca-Cola can, right? Well, if I zoom in, there's actually no red in this picture. No red pixels at all. Now I'm zooming out, and the red appears, and most people still see red. This image shows how unstable our perception really is. It shows that what we experience as reality is already a mix of what's out there and what the brain adds on top. So when something feels off, when memory and reality don't match, the problem isn't simple. It could be memory, it could be perception, or it could be something deeper, like CERN. These institutions publish their agendas, their brochures, their official research topics. They talk about space and time, black holes, wormholes, quantum physics, entanglement. That becomes the accepted narrative, but as a regular person, you have no real way to verify any of this. You can't check a black hole, you can't observe a wormhole, and you can't see subatomic particles. You don't have access to those places. You don't have the tools, and you don't have the raw data. So what ends up happening is that they explain the invisible, and we're expected to accept the explanation, not because we can confirm it, but because we can't. Not because it's necessarily wrong, but because it's structurally impossible for most people to verify. That creates a gap between what is happening and what can be independently checked. And that gap is where trust replaces verification.
Now they want to do a collidron loop.
Yep.
It is 27 kilometers, and now they want to do 91 kilometers. They say it's not enough. We have to just get the collision between the subatomic particles. Okay, we can imagine that it's correct, that it's possible, but how can we verify anything? It's really...
Walking makes you old.
Walking makes you old? What?
Very puzzling.
So the question naturally becomes, why there? Why was CERN built near Geneva?
What's those locations? Alice, Atlas?
Officially, the answer is simple. Switzerland is politically neutral, stable, centrally located in Europe, and able to host an international scientific organization without geopolitical tension. But when you step back and look at the physical location, not just the political one, the choice becomes more interesting. CERN sits in a very specific part of Europe, close to the Alps and near the Mont Blanc Massif, the highest mountain in Western Europe. This is one of the most geologically complex and active regions on the continent. Mont Blanc is not just a mountain. It's a massive geological structure sitting on top of deep fault systems, tectonic pressure zones, and complex rock formations. Researchers in geophysics and geobiology have pointed out for years that large mountain ranges are associated with unusual natural phenomena, natural electric currents in the ground, variations in the Earth's electromagnetic field, and strong mechanical stress in certain minerals like quartz, which can produce electric effects under pressure. Now, there's no official story for that, of course, but it does raise a reasonable question. If you were going to build a machine that pushes matter and energy to their limits, wouldn't—
Oh, look at that. Told you, that's acting like an optic nerve. Look at the laser. Look at the information. Look at the light show, ladies and gentlemen. I told you. Look at this. Wowzers. That's nice. I like that. Look at the light show. This is where the light show would be happening, the optic nerve, the light. Look at that. That's nice.
wouldn't you want to place it somewhere that's already geologically stable, structurally strong, and capable of supporting massive underground installations? Then there's the deeper layer, the one that humans have been pointing at for thousands of years. When people talk about energy grids, they usually point to the same strange pattern. The most important structures in human history don't seem to be placed randomly. The Great Pyramid of Giza sits in a very precise position on the planet and is aligned with true north with extreme accuracy. Stonehenge was built to line up with the solstices. Machu Picchu was placed on a ridge between major fault lines and important astronomical lines. Angkor Wat mirrors the movement of the sun between major fault lines.
What, I mean, first of all, spectacular, right? First of all, spectacular. But this civilization is up in these mountains right here, right? How do they transport all this rock and stone up here? Right? Where's all the roofs gone? It looks like there was much more going on here. Right? Where's all the roofs? Like, was this always here? How do you transport this all the way up here? We're just walking up with bricks. I don't understand. Like, I would love to go here. My partner's been here. My missus went here before. I've never been here.
Fault lines and important astronomical lines. Angkor Wat mirrors the movement of the sun during the equinoxes. Teotihuacan was built on a precise geometric layout that matches solar and...
Look at that. Pyramids of what? The mountain. All right, Pyramids of the Mountain. Very nice. This is nice. Look at that.
Stellar cycles. These places weren't chosen by accident. So when people look at this and talk about an energy grid, what they really mean is that humans have always been drawn to certain locations. Places that feel different. Places that sit at the intersection of geography, astronomy, and meaning. And when you map enough of these places, patterns start to appear. So, we're told CERN is in Switzerland for political reasons, but that may not be the whole story. We're also told that the Mandela effect isn't real, that it's just bad memory, coincidence, or confusion. But when you look at how many clear examples there are, that explanation starts to feel incomplete. The most popular example is that a lot of people remember the Berenstain Bears as Berenstein with an E, because that spelling feels more familiar.
Look, even this again. Looks like they're inside of the eye, right? Inside of the eye again, right? And then what? You have the constellations of the bear, right? And the little bear. It is meant to be the constellations again. Well, the inside of it again.
It's more familiar, but the books were always spelt with an A. People remember a cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom logo. It was never there. Jif peanut butter is remembered as Jiffy. The brand was always just Jif. People remember Looney Tunes as Looney Tunes. It's always been Tunes. Some remember Mickey Mouse wearing suspenders. He never did. Pikachu is remembered with a black tip on his tail. Never existed. Many remember Tinkerbell dotting the I in the Disney logo. That version never existed. Some people remember the Mona Lisa as frowning. The painting has, of course, never changed. Ed McMahon is remembered delivering giant checks for Publishers Clearing House. He never did. Many swear there was a movie called Shazam with Sinbad as a genie. There wasn't. People remember Darth Vader saying, "Luke, I am your father." The line is different.
No, I am your father.
And many remember the mirror saying, "Mirror, mirror on the wall." The line was,
Magic mirror on the wall.
many people remember the movie Forrest Gump, "The Mirror on the Wall." The line was,
Magic mirror on the wall.
See this, okay. What's going on there? Between the two pillars again, right? Jackie and Boaz, the circle. Got the steps leading up to what? The steps leading up to what? She's even doing the mama signal with the hands up, right? Look at that. Plain sight again. It looks like it's meant to be not that one, but something like CERN again. Right, it looks like it's CERN again. Mirror. Where's that mirror one? Where's that mirror one somewhere? Ah, it's a magic mirror. Almost looks like a mirror. Magic CERN on the wall. Mm-hmm.
On the wall.
Many people remember the movie Forrest Gump with the line, "Life is like a box of chocolates." But the actual line in the movie is,
Life was like a box of chocolates.
it's a small change, but almost everyone remembers it in the present tense. In The Silence of the Lambs, people clearly remember Hannibal Lecter saying, "Hello, Clarice." That exact line is never spoken in the film.
Good morning.
In Star Trek, fans often quote, "Beam me up, Scotty," but that line has never been said in that way in the original series.
Beam me up, Mr. Spock. Beam me up. Lock on transporters. Beam us up.
In Risky Business, people remember Tom Cruise wearing sunglasses during the famous dance scene. In the actual scene, he's not wearing sunglasses. In Disney's The Little Mermaid, many people remember Ariel having a shiny silver seashell bra. In reality, it's purple.
This incredible mold remover gel can restore your bath.
Oh. They remember Ariel's bra. Yeah, all right. Bloody PDFs. Get out of here.
Star Wars trilogy, many people remember C-3PO as completely gold, but one of his legs is actually silver. In the movie Apollo 13, people remember the line, "Houston, we have a problem." The actual line is,
Houston, we have a problem.
in Dirty Harry, the famous line is remembered as, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" But the actual dialogue is different.
Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
In children's books, many people remember Curious George having a tail. He never had one. In The Wizard of Oz, many people remember the Wicked Witch saying, "Fly, my pretties, fly."
Mandela boys, can you confirm this? Is this all true? Any Mandela boys down there? Is this true? Della?
She actually says something slightly different. In the Flintstones, many people remember the name as the Flintstones without the second T. The real name has always been the Flintstones. In The Lion King, people remember Simba saying, "Remember who you are," in a different scene and context than it actually happens. In the song We Are the Champions by Queen, people remember the song ending with "of the world." The studio version does not include that final line. In Aladdin, many people remember the genie saying, "I'm trapped in a lamp," in a specific scene that never happened. In The Matrix, many remember Morpheus saying, "What if I told you?" That line never appears that way in the film. In Jurassic Park, people remember the T-Rex breaking through the fence from a flat surface that shouldn't logically allow it, a memory mismatch caused by how the scene is edited. In Toy Story, many people remember Woody saying,
Reach for the sky.
in a scene that doesn't exist.
What? Don't tell me that doesn't exist. Of course it exists. Pretty sure it does. I remember that part. I'm pretty sure that's at the beginning. All right. I'm pretty sure I remember that at the beginning. Maybe I'm wrong, but who knows? It's all in the mind, right?
Doesn't exist. In the cartoon Scooby-Doo, people remember Shaggy wearing a darker green shirt. It's actually light green. In Indiana Jones, many people remember the fedora scene differently.
hold
It's
on, what was that?
actually light green. In Indiana Jones, many people remember the fedora scene differently than it actually plays out. In The Jungle Book, people remember Baloo wearing a coconut bra disguise. That never happened. In Tom and Jerry, many people remember Tom talking regularly. He almost never speaks. Yes, I know this.
No. Tom never spoke. I do not remember Tom speaking. No, none of them. Just the parents, right? Just the humans from time to time. Thomas? That's it. Thomas? That's all I remember.
Oh, this kind of stuff messes with your head a little. There are way more examples than we could fit in one video. I'm really curious what you remember and what you don't. Let me know in the comments. So, that's
it. Good stuff. Curious George. Yeah, we're all curious out here. We're all curious. But it seems like something is happening or it's taken place already, right? I don't know what's going on out here. But these Hadron Colliders, yeah. It's definitely playing with something, I know that much. Just don't know what though. It's like they're getting ready for something, right? Especially with, what's his name? Epstein, right? Epstein and their places under the ground, right? The Lifeboat Foundation. This is facilities under the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Right? It seems like they figured out the best place to be is underground when it happens. Right? While we're all on top of the surface, getting cooked, they're going to be underground, right? Listening to the screams of humans getting cooked, running for their lives for the spotlight, running from the light show. Gonna be crazy. Melting this place. I heard the back door go. Oh shit. I don't know. Check. Mic check. I don't know in the building. How we doing?
Can you hear me?
Hello, how?
Hello?
Let me turn you up. Is it my volume? Hold on. Let me turn you up a little bit. Edit mic. Yes. Through here. Whoa. Mic check.
Yo,
There you go. Much better.
can you hear me?
Yes. Loud and
Oh, beautiful.
sis.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Not too bad. Not too bad. Bit tired burning the
Good,
candle
good,
at both
good.
ends, but I'm well.
If I
Oh, she dropped off. Maybe connection. Maybe it's the connection. Hopefully she will rejoin us. Yes. Grand old chat room. What's on your mind? Hit that link. Use me while I'm here. I told you this. All right? Use me while I'm here. If there's anything you want to discuss or need clarity on, that link's right there, pinned to the top. All right? Pinned to the top. Yaga.
oh my God, what a disaster.
Yeah, you're back. I got you. Wait, so what, go on, what are you saying to me? How are you doing?
Can you hear me though, London?
Yeah, I got you. I can hear you loud and clear.
I'm not lagging or anything. It's because I'm trying to do a few things at the same time. Just let me know that you can hear me.
I will let you know. Right about now, you sound good. You're not lagging. You're not echoing. Do you know what? Hold on. Let me ask the chat room. Chat room, put a 1 in the chat if I don't know it's sounding crystal clear for us. Let me know if she sounds good enough to, oh, she's gone again. I think it's her connection. But if she comes back, let me know ASAP if she sounds good or not. Give us a 1 or a 5x5 if she returns, right? Down there quick. Yeah, let me know. Good night, London. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I got work tomorrow as well, a few hours, but you know, I've got a service to run. Yaga.
Yo,
Yeah, you're there.
yeah, I wanted to watch the show at the same time, but I can't seem to see it at the same time while I'm here. Am I
Oh,
still
no,
backstage or something?
no, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Hold on a second. I got yeah, this one. 1 second. Boom, you're in the game with me now.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm co-hosting.
Yes. Wicked. Nice.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good stuff. So talk to me, man. What's on your mind?
Yeah, it's just what you were saying about they're preparing for something. And like, do you know, how would they know that they would be safe underground unless it's already happened before? Must have been civilizations that maybe went through what they're trying to put us through, who avoided it by going underground. Don't forget, recently, I don't know, maybe like last year, I say recently, but they found under the pyramids like 200 foot or even more deeper tunnels underneath the pyramids. They say they just found them, but they might have known about them for time, and they're just letting us know now.
Yeah,
But yeah, buildings, infrastructures, societies upbuilt underground.
Yeah, exactly. Underground. It seems like they had they definitely got knowledge, you know, like if someone told them, hey, build it underground. And that's what they seem to be doing. Or maybe these infrastructures have always been there and they're just reinforcing them. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, but what's that guy's name? Elon Musk. I think he had a boring company, you know, boring tunnels under the ground, under the earth, deep inside the earth. Maybe he was making room for these folks. That might have been the starting of their, you know, their project. Elon creating the holes for them.
I don't know which property it was, but they've announced that they found underground buildings under one of Epstein's properties.
Oh, secret tunnels, caves.
And not even like caves, like structures, buildings, labs, workstations, yeah. And what one I think one of the criticism was that either they found them and just there was such a gap in time between them releasing that information that it gave enough time for that area to be wiped. You know, whatever was going on in there, we won't know now because it was just empty or vacant or whatever. But yeah, 100%. They're definitely preparing for something. We just don't know exactly what it is. They're trying to open something up. Yeah, but big up yourself, London. This has been so interesting tonight.
Thank you.
And big up the chat. I can't see the chat, but big up everybody.
What do you mean you can't see them? Hold on a second. What? Can you see this moving around?
Hold on.
Hold on, look.
I can see that moving around.
Here's the chat right here. Boom.
Yeah. Okay. I'm a bit analog, you see.
Okay.
I'm not going to make it in this AI world. Barely crawl through the digital. I was holding on through the digital era. Now I'm in AI. Just put a fork in me. I'm done. Yeah, just leave me behind. Save yourselves.
Yeah, hey, I've had to adapt.
I'm not gonna make it.
I've had to adapt, and I'm still trying. I'm like a boomer out here with this shit.
Yeah, like a
Still
dinosaur. If you
trying.
can't adapt, then you die. So that's what it is.
But yes, where are these people?
Yeah, I'm.
All right, let's
Okay,
now
go
we've got
ahead.
you up here. Let's get into something real quick, right? Let's watch this real quick. 420 if
I'd
you've got
love to.
folks. Hit that like button for your boy. We got I Don't Know and London in the building. Salutes to the grand old chat room. Let's go.
On this channel, we like to talk a lot about ancient prophecies, particularly those regarding details on the end times or the turning of the ages. But today I wanted to discuss something slightly different. What sacred places are spoken of in ancient prophecies as being safe havens during this apocalypse? First off, if you're new, welcome. My name is Andrew, and this is Tales of the Old World. If you do want to hear each of these cultures' apocalypse stories, I put together an apocalypse playlist of all my videos where I talk about these things. Because it's not just the Abrahamic religions that talk about such things. Every culture has this story of the coming turning of the ages, all the way from the Americas to Europe and Africa and Far East Asia, and even on remote islands in the middle of the ocean. They all have these same stories. But given these tales of future destruction, they also give us insights into where they took refuge during the last cataclysm, and where their holy men and gods have blessed and promised to be safe during the next event.
They automatically adjust from 0 to 1.
And checking in Zion, they're underground, aren't they? In the Matrix.
Yes, exactly.
Right? They're trying to escape the machines.
I mean, look, going back to what I was saying earlier about Hollywood, they make these movies for a reason, right? They're not just going to blow their budget for no reason, right? Even though, you know, we know money's an illusion, but, you know, they got to make out like they're doing something, right? So they invest it into sorcery, Hollywood, right? They say, how can we put the narrative out there without making it look so obvious? Hollywood.
Yeah.
And this is it. Right.
Yeah, there's something in the occult. I mean, I've seen patterns of it where I've read about it, but I don't fully understand it. But there's a concept of we have to consent to it. We have to have knowledge of it to accept it, or for them to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like kind of like the allegory of Dracula. Like he can't just come into your home. He has to be given an invitation. You have to let him in. So it's like they have to pre-warn us or give us the knowledge of what's happening before it happens.
Definitely. I can definitely see that being played. I mean, what would be consent though? Like, even though you're not literally giving them consent, but it's like,
no, I think consent's the wrong word. It's knowledge.
I know exactly what you're saying though, but let's put it this way. It's like, if we're not putting a stop to it, if we're going along with it, enjoying it, participating, that's almost like consent. Like, we're not telling them to stop or we don't want it, right? It's in a form of inclusion.
It's complicity for sure.
Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, I posted it a while ago. I can't remember what the Latin was for it, but something about deception, basically, but in a Latin, which is like the words of the devil, which said that the people want to be deceived, so let them. And it's kind of the idea of the fact that the reality of what we're living in is so horrendous and so contradictory to what we've been conditioned or programmed to know and believe, that we willingly want the deception, which is why all this information comes out and we find a way to minimize it, put it to the side of our mind, and look for a distraction elsewhere. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, definite salutes to that. Oh, what happened to the volume? Okay.
I still can't see the chat. I don't know what's happened. I don't know if you've done
Can you
something.
see the screen though?
I can see the screen. Yeah, don't matter.
All right,
Maybe it's
cool.
better that I can't see
The
the chat.
screen cool for now because I can't even see the chat. I can only see the screen
Yeah,
at the
let's
moment.
run.
So you're good.
Let's run with it then. Mhm.
Very difficult for channels like this to get sponsors, so we got to find a way to sponsor ourselves.
Look at that.
And this channel is a one-man operation, so I really appreciate you guys helping the channel. This week I made some apocalypse shirts. I don't know about you, but wear than a historically accurate St. Patrick t-shirt. All right, let's get back to the video. So the first thing I think we should look at before we get into the
move on as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like we were looking at the Mandela effect before.
Yeah.
Was it strange to you that all of the examples were in the media, like movies, advertising? Like, has there been any example? I know the Mandela effect is actually based on the fact that people perceive the way Mandela was released or whatever. That event was different. But were there any like actual events that people collectively remember differently?
That's a good
Does it
point.
seem like all the examples were like
Hollywood
and Hollywood stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, look, the first thing that got me onto the Mandela effect, and I didn't even know Mandela effect was a thing, was Mandela happening, right? The man himself. I remember him dying or going to jail. I think it was dying one time. And then when I went to my grandparents' house, I watched the funeral there. I'm like, Nan, didn't he die already? She told me
okay,
stop
so
being.
that is the actual Mandela effect.
Yeah, she told me stop being foolish. Like I said, I could have sworn he died already. So that was my first
Nah,
impression.
I remember him being released.
Yeah, that too. All of that stuff, but everything else, the Hollywood stuff, I can't really say. Yeah, I can remember that. That's for certain. Yeah. Because it's all to do with the mind at the end of the day, right? And you know, the mind can play tricks on you. That's why when it comes to the Mandela stuff, just like what you said, unless it's a world event that we can all say, yeah, we was there, we seen it happen. Just like now, if they said 9/11 never happened, then I'd be like, hell no,
Yeah.
we seen it happen.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, because if you're talking about we slipped into a different dimension, and that's why we can't remember the difference between Flintstones and Flintstones. Are you joking? Like, that's the thing that's supposed. That's the trigger. That's the proof. Nah, I don't think so. It needs to be something like what you said, like a major world event where half the population or whatever sees it as one way, remembers it another way. Because if it's all advertising and Hollywood, then that can be edited easily. I mean, they're wiping the internet now of like information that we used to watch when I was younger, or when it was conspiracy and like we were all tinfoil hat people saying these things were existing. You can't find some of those videos now. Used to be bare whistleblower videos from like NASA whistleblowers, etc. online. Talking about things, and if you try and find those videos now, they're not there. So that's what I'm saying, like with these examples of media or whatever, they can easily just edit them and say this is what it was, but it wasn't actually that thing. It feels a bit gaslighting to me, especially with what he presented anyway. I'd need like a real life event, some sort of storm, tsunami happened, but people don't remember it or whatever, but not some advertising and some logos.
Yeah, I'm with you there. To be honest, I said that before one time when I was on a channel with a bunch of you know, I could say Mandela guys. I think that was the topic actually. So I went up there and I said my piece. But that's what I was saying to them. I was like, why don't we get like something big that's happened and see if it changes? Like all these little jibs and jabs, it can easily get debunked. First of all, it's Hollywood. Right, things can get edited and put back out there in the system, right? So I don't really get stuck on Mandela too much.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that, but yeah, let's get into this.
No, that was needed. That was needed. Thank you for that. Salutes to you. 420 for that. Let's go.
Into the more obscure ones is the Abrahamic view of this. Where are the Jews, Christians, and Muslims meant to take refuge during the end times? Well, lucky for them, God made a covenant with Noah, promising never again to flood the Holy Land. Unfortunately, that covenant only includes destruction.
See, back to what I was saying. Hold on a second. Never again to flood the Holy Land. So, where was the Holy Land? Was it only the Holy Land that got flooded, or was it the whole earth? What is the Holy Land? Is like, what is the concept of the earth? Like, if, like, how can I put it to you? If all of the ancients spoke about a flood, right? But then you got these people talking about just flooding the Holy Land. Like, is it just the crater they're referring to?
Well, my understanding is like allegory. So just because they're saying the Holy Land doesn't have to necessarily be one specific place. It could just be Earth. It could be all of Earth.
Yeah, it's wild. It's, you know, even they've even got the
But what was their perception of it anyway? I mean, how much of yeah, you're saying like all over the world people were talking about a flood.
yeah, but then you got some biblical scriptures talk about a local flood. You know,
Yeah.
okay, maybe it's on a scale like how we would probably see today, you know, flash floods in certain places, dams that break. I don't know, it could be that, or it could be something else that I'm yet to understand. But it's confusing when they say stuff like that, because I'm thinking of a flood, but then
Yeah, I think it's more cataclysmic than just like a local flood.
Yeah.
For it to be documented, for it to be present in like ancient scripts all over the world, it's got to be more than just a local one.
Well, this is another thing, right? I mean, most of these places,
I don't know.
if we're speaking about reflection craters, right? Could each continent or place be in craters without even knowing, right? Very shallow craters, but on a big scale. Like when you look at certain places, certain roads and all these, like, I've seen places get flood, and you're like, how does that get flood if it's a fucking flat earth we live on? Right? Like, even that in my last upload, right, when I showed you the how was it, Naples and the reflection of the moon, some parts of Naples have craters that people live in, right? Even in Africa, there's people that live and animals live inside craters, but to them, they wouldn't even know they're inside a crater because it's so big.
Yeah.
Right? So when I hear like of the Holy Land getting flooded, I'm thinking just that part of the crater where they are, right? And then I don't know,
Yeah.
at a later stage, maybe a bigger flood happen or something. I don't know, because look, not to flood the land again, right? So maybe a flood happened before. Was that the worldwide?
Yeah, that's what happened in America, Atlanta. Was it Atlanta? No. Where was it where they had that huge flood? Oh my God. And what was it called? And then Bush was the president at the time, and he got criticized because he flew over it and didn't like
Katrina.
stop. Yeah, Katrina. That's lowland, and that's why that got flooded.
Yeah. It seemed like, I mean, how does the water stay in a land like that, right? If it's like a flat land and like it's, I know, you know, underground systems get flooded and they don't go nowhere, but it just, I think there's more to it.
They built dams, and the dams had broken. So I can't remember, but it was something about that part of America being low-lying. And it was only a part of Katrina that Katrina was the storm, wasn't it? But where was it? What was the area?
It
What was
was not Louisiana. What was it again?
some southern state? Forgive me. But yeah, it was only a part of that state that
No,
got
it was Little
that
Wayne
funded, not the
State.
whole
I
thing.
forgot where that was now.
I've forgotten completely.
Yeah, I forgot where it was.
Someone in the chat can put that.
Was it New Orleans or something like that? New Orleans, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, New Orleans for sure.
By water.
Now, if someone said that happened in a different place, that would be a Mandela effect.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something I could get behind and, argue that point. Yeah.
Specifically, and excludes things like earthquakes, fires, and other terrible natural disasters. Ben Davidson, the space weather news guy, likes to talk about this often. How Noah's covenant with God over the rainbow after the floodwaters receded was specifically about the Holy Land. The original wording was that God said he would never again flood the world. That word world, also translated as realm, did not refer to the entire earth. They had no
See it there?
concept of the rest of the world. Their world was Israel, or more likely Mesopotamia and the Fertile Crescent, because that was Noah's world. This was before Israel was promised to Abraham. Egypt had the same concept. They referred to Egypt as the whole world, and elsewhere was considered other. Many other cultures use language like this as well. Think about it. The average person, even if they were a prophet or a scholar, didn't have a concept for the world. They had no idea how big or how small things actually were. The earth could have been endless for all they knew. The world was the land they lived in.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Like how much of it would they have traveled?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Their world, their realm. So this has led a lot of theological scholars to conclude that God's promise to Noah was a promise to spare the region of Israel and Mesopotamia, and possibly the surrounding regions to some degree, from the floodwaters when the cycle comes back around and the earth once again experiences massive natural disasters, as foretold in the book of Revelation. The whole problem with this promise God gave to Noah is that it excludes protection from anything else. Destruction by fire is usually what biblical scholars will point to as a possible punishment for this region of earth during the end times. We see these prophecies in several places. For example, Revelation 16:8. And the fourth angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. And men were scorched with great heat, and blasphemed the name of God, which hath power over these plagues. And they repented not to give him glory. This is generally specifically centered around the Holy Land, as they are the region in the apocalypse story to be ruled by the beast and to blaspheme the name of God with their following of the beast, or Antichrist figure. But
I can't believe the sleep apnea pillow exists.
So yes, it's something's happening or happened. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they were speaking, I don't know when it was, but earlier they were speaking about bringing in an anti-messiah? Is that how she described it?
Yeah.
In the first video. This is the thing about prophecies for me, yeah. Does it seem like kind of counterintuitive to it's like basically laying out a plan that they can recreate. So they can recreate what we perceive to be the end of the world and then bring about the anti-messiah. Because it's already been prophesized. To me, like if you're an omnipotent God, why would you lay out all of your plans for everybody to see? And then it could be recreated or like falsified in the future to bring about whatever that they want to bring about. This anti-messiah thing, I think, will happen.
Yeah.
Where they'll try to amalgamate all of the religions, by bringing about this fake messiah-like resurrected deity in the future. But to already have it already laid out in a book, that's just leaving you vulnerable to that even happening. You
Yeah.
can put all of the sort of signs to direct people to think that this is what's about to happen. And people will fall for that.
It's left us vulnerable. Having a book, words, right, leaves you vulnerable. Like this God has left us vulnerable. Open killing season.
The deception.
Big deception.
For the deceivers to be able to mimic it.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't know. For me, it kind of makes me feel like, like how the elites or whatever, they investigate themselves and they hold themselves accountable. It's like they've written these prophecies so that they can use them to bring about what they want to bring about. I just feel like if you were the creator, surely you've put everything in nature. That can't be mimicked. Do you know what I'm saying? They're trying to recreate like DNA and all this, but it's all synthetic. It's artificial. It's not natural or organic. That seems more of the nature of the creator rather than a book.
That's it. The book brings nothing but confusion. And not just the one book, all the books.
All the books.
But on the other hand, I must say, since I've been looking at these books different, I've been connecting some dots. Right? It speaks to me different now. I don't look at it from the usual standpoint as, a religious man would look at it, or someone who's not even a religious man. I look at it as through the eyes of a lens of a researcher. Yeah, it speaks to me different. All of these books.
Have you got an example?
Yeah, like most of the things they speak about, especially when it comes to the the heavenly realm, heaven. I think they're referring to the moon now, the firmament, which is the moon itself.
Okay.
All right. I think most of the stuff they're talking about is referring to the body, the eye, to be exact. It's like a light show, holography. Same with the Torah. And what's the other one? The Quran, to some degree. I haven't gone through the Quran yet as much as the Bible and the Torah a bit, but I guess when I get there, it's going to be saying the same thing. Just like how most of these folks spoke about the Great Flood, I think you're going to find the same thing within religion as well. They're speaking about the same thing, but just from different aspect. But yeah, what was you going to say?
No, that's interesting. I was going to say, let's see what else they're saying.
Grand old chat room. Salutes to you folks down there. Let's go. Oops, volume, excuse me.
Abomination of desolation happens, and the Antichrist sits in the most holy place. Jesus, in the book of Matthew, Luke, and Mark, commands the righteous in Israel to flee to the mountains. It literally says to hope that it isn't winter when this happens, because you'll need to flee so fast that you leave all your belongings behind. It doesn't say what mountains in specific, but it's generally believed that this refers to the mountains and hills surrounding Jerusalem. Some say the Dead Sea region or across into Jordan. Some have even said this refers to the site of Petra in the mountains of Edom. Some say these regions might be safe zones from destruction and the wrath of God during the second coming. Petra would definitely make sense. If the destruction is by fire, from either an impact event or solar flare. So getting into these cave systems would be...
Look at that. That's been melted, in my opinion. That had to have
What do you
been
mean?
melted.
Oh, my soul. Oh, but with the solar flare.
Not well. I think we're talking intense heat from something, because this looked like it used to be an infrastructure, like windows, doors, or whatever, and it's been melted.
You know, that's facing the castle with this structure.
And look, they said something about Petra earlier. A safe place would be Petra, but Petra looks like it's also been cooked already. Petra looks like this, exactly like this, but just a bit more fancier.
Where were they getting these warnings from?
I would say the heavens, the skies, the omens. They look out for the signs and these things. Maybe it's happened so many times that they're aware, right? They watch out for the omens and they're like, okay, underground we go.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how they dated it, how they know when to flee. What they're saying in the chat. Has anyone said
Yeah,
how they?
let's have a look. Let's see what the chat room's saying. Boom, go there quick. Boom, there we go. Joseph wrote about Titus. Who's Titus? Right, the Romans writing the fall of the second temple and the Messiah coming. Is that what the Romans run? Yeah, okay. I didn't know the Romans say that. Didn't know the Romans say that. Israel is the right leg. It's the right leg. Body. No plasma event. One by
What does that mean?
Which
What does
one?
that comment mean? No plasma event. No plasma event. By Kimberly, pick yourself up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she means by that one there. She might be speaking about something else, or she could be speaking about this one. But the plasma event, I'm pretty sure everyone kind of resonates with the plasma event one way or another, right? Whether it's an electrical event or fire, but we're pretty sure it's some type of heat, right? Some type of heat that happens. They speak about the Americas burning also, but I don't know. This is what a lot of people seem to think, that the Americas will be the first thing to go. They say the Holy Land is the first thing to go. This is why sometimes some people think Egypt may be Africa, because Egypt was referred to as the Holy Land also. And if the Americas is the first thing to go, that might give more evidence to it really was Egypt. I don't know.
I don't know.
Either fire or water. I think the first one was the waters, and the next one will be the fire. And then the water might come around again, then the fire again. Just a recycle system, fire and water, fire and water.
Be very necessary, like a doomsday bunker. Just like we see at Darren Kuyu in Cappadocia in Turkey.
Look
Pretty
at that. Destroyed. Something came through and was not playing. I don't know if I mean, let me put it this way. Maybe they're to blame for all of this. Maybe they do. Maybe it's a sport to them. I don't know. Maybe something they need to do. They like to do this shit. Maybe they're kickstarting something. You know, like when you poke a bear and you run away. Maybe this is what they do. They start something off and then they run and hide, and then we don't know what's coming. They know because they started it, run and hide, and then we're out here getting cooked. I think they start. There
What's
was
this an image of?
what's that? I think this is
Is
Turkey.
this in Israel?
I think this part's in
Okay.
Turkey. This one. But these sites are familiar. This isn't the only. This is all around the world.
Pretty much in this same general.
Yeah, these sites like this is all around the world. Well, some parts of the world. I'm not sure whether you get it in UK. Maybe somewhere, but I haven't seen it yet. But most of the big continents out there, these places are like this. Desert regions and all of that stuff. Yeah.
General region we've been discussing. Those caves could have housed tens of thousands of people underground, and no one really knows how old they are or how they got there. The leading theory suggests they were places of refuge during these types of events. And there's a lot of these places found all over the world. There's the Noirs underground city in France,
Whoa.
Nushabad underground city in Iran.
Hold on, let's take that back. Look at that. So we've got
Gosh.
underground cities already. But look at these. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Surely they wasn't
What is
made
that?
like this. Like, who creates buildings like this and say, okay, let's create a building like this and just leave it like this. All right? It's
And
like
made out of what?
sure.
What are they made out of?
I
That looks like
don't.
it's carved into it. I don't know.
It's hard to tell. But they look like they could have been apartments or something and just got fried, melted. Maybe or maybe not, but that's what it looks like.
What's the
There's the
video
Noir.
called?
What's the what?
Apocalypse. What? The video.
This one
Go down a
is
little bit.
Sacred Places.
Sacred
God
Places.
said where before. Yeah, during of the apocalypse. Mm-hmm.
Noirs underground city in France.
France.
Nushabad underground city in Iran.
Iran.
The Orvieto underground in Italy.
Italy.
The Longyao caves in China.
China.
And many more.
And many more.
No.
Many more. What is going on here? Look at that.
This takes a long time to prepare. Like, this takes a long time to prepare. Like, were those statues there at the time or they've been put on afterwards?
See, but this is the thing. You see what you just said, right? Hold on. You said it takes a long time, right? I beg to differ. This shit looks like it was done within seconds, laser printed, 3D printed, all this stuff. Intricate details.
This is what I'm saying because I'm looking at the material around there. What technology are you using to carve into that? It's like strong granite. Look at the ceiling. Ceiling looks like granite, it's shiny.
That's it. Look. What materials? What was you using? No way chisel and hammers doing this.
You know what I mean?
Look, this man's in the wall, like halfway
It's
in,
not-
halfway out. Like, how you doing this with hammer and chisel?
This is a 3D printer.
Yeah.
They printed the cave.
Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that.
Where did this at? China? Wow.
Look at the doorway. Look at that. Ain't no chisel and hammer doing this. Now, remember, to even do this, right, you had to have gone to like a college or some type of learning place to study this, to get this type of quality, right? Now, yeah. How did they even build the infrastructure to even get people in the college before they even learned the trade? Riddle me that. You get me? It's like me getting mental.
You can probably include sites like the
Am I
cliff
being
dwellings.
dumb? Right, okay, if I'm being dumb, I'm being underground for flooding. So where you go when there's flooding, you go under the ground.
You're supposed to go for high ground.
Isn't it?
Yeah, high grounds when it's flooding. I think you go underground when it's heat. This is why I'm saying there's
When
two
it's heat,
cycle
yeah.
that happen. The heat where they go underground and flooding they go high.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
In the American Southwest, or the cliff dwellings in Asia as well. There's a lot of stories from different cultures of man first emerging from caves after the last worldwide cataclysm. There's these sacred caves all over the world where man.
That looks mental. He's coming from the cave. Look at that.
That's mental.
Wow. Okay. Look,
No, I'm actually like awestruck with this. This is insane. Is that real? Where did they say that was? Asia.
yeah, I think this is somewhere Asia. I don't think that this is like a real human, but this is like probably done by I don't know what this is done by. Who the fuck done this shit? Who's got time to come out in the nature and do this like this?
This is beautiful.
Mm.
Absolutely beautiful. That's beautiful. If that's real, that's beautiful.
Yeah. If it's real, yeah, facts.
Man was said to emerge from. A lot of these come from Native American myths. The Lakota have Wind Cave in the Black Hills. The Hopi say they came from caves in the Grand Canyon.
Okay.
The Northern
Grand Canyon, see, look, little openings, right? Little openings. Look at that.
Yeah. Literally little apartments.
Paiute believe their ancestors emerged from the Malheur Cave in Oregon. The Aztecs say they emerged from
hold on. Look at that. Did you see that? Look.
In Oregon.
Look at that Freemason
What did I
logo
miss?
right there. Look at that. What is that doing right there? Compass and square and compass with the G right there. Crazy.
So all these ancient civilizations speak about their people emerging from caves after a cataclysmic event. So that their people were hiding, barricading themselves in these places to avoid whatever was happening on the outside.
Mm.
And how long were they meant to be in there for?
I don't know. Maybe they have like guinea pigs or these things. They send people out to test the air, see what's going on out there. Same way how, you know, the story with Noah, he sent the dove out there, see if there was land and all that stuff. Right, I can see them sending out guinea pigs out there to go and check the surface. Do you know what? They actually show that in some movies, like people would volunteer to go out and check the surface and all that stuff, right? Because they want to start civilization again.
The Aztecs say they emerged from Chikamaztoc, place of 7 caves.
Place of 7 caves, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, where are we seeing that? That sounds nice. 7, 7. Where's that bitch gone? Hold on a second. 7, 7. Where are we? Boom. Oh, what happened there?
I'm gonna be researching these underground caves. They're not. Some of them aren't even. Can't really call them a cave. The way that they're designed.
This is a menorah from the Semitic word is related to.
Yeah, the 7 again. Right, the 7 lights, 7 candles. Maybe the 7 craters, 7 holes. I don't know, but they're showing us 7 lights. The 7 comes up a lot.
Yeah, 7 is.
Look. The 7, yeah. I wonder if they meant to be craters. That's what they wonder if that's meant to be craters or holes. represented in the moon. 7 continents, 7 craters.
Mm,
I don't know.
I don't know. Because the continents are, I mean, I don't know, they're a bit of a political construct as well as a landmass.
Mm-hmm.
Mythical cavern system they claimed all races of the region originally came from, that they say is somewhere to the north of Mexico.
This is why, hold on, this is why I like Paul stuff as well, Black Sheep researcher, right? Because he looks into different stuff as well. But the cave is one of his topics that he likes, right? He brings some good stuff with the cave. He actually released some stuff the other day to do with the cave. I should have actually played that since we're on the cave, but we can probably do that tomorrow or something. But we're definitely going to get through this because this is interesting. But the cave seems to play a big part, especially if we're talking cave, we're talking rock, mountain, right? Hollow, hollow earth.
Mexico. In Inca myth, the Ayer brother founders and their sisters emerged from the 3-windowed cave. Some say at Machu Picchu, others say it's at Tamputoco, just south of Cusco. The Taino, natives of the Caribbean, had some myths saying they emerged from a mythical cave somewhere in the eastern region of Hispaniola, modern-day Dominican Republic. And there's many other myths like these associated with the cave systems all over. But these are generally specifically where man survived the last cataclysm. The prophecies usually don't say much about caves being a safe haven this time around. But perhaps it's implied. Usually, as we'll see looking into these stories, the seers and holy men tell the future generations to retreat to the high places, mountains, and plateaus.
Mm-hmm.
Caves and mountains often go hand in hand, so maybe caves do play a role. But the mountains are where the ancients say not only were the safe zones in all the ancient flood myths,
Go
but they
back
will
to that
also be the...
picture, please.
This one.
Yeah.
At the inside of the sphere.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a little web thing going on
And it's
here.
got, yeah, and some animals in the back.
Spider. Yeah, we've looked into the spider. I still need to bring some more stuff with the spider, actually. If you've
That's
got this.
interesting. The people carrying things on their back to climb up that web.
Yeah. Yeah, right there. What's this one? A kangaroo or something? There's the spider hair right there. It must be a Nancy.
I love imagery, you know. I could stare at this picture for time.
Yeah, come on, facts.
You got the tortoise there.
Yeah. That's another representation of the construct, the shell itself.
Mm.
What are you pointing to?
I told the first time I ever spoke to you, London, I told you to watch a cartoon called Orion in the Dark, because in it, it's like a story between darkness and lightness.
Yeah.
And in it, I think darkness escapes his torment or his misery by riding on the back of a turtle, on the back of a shell in the movie.
Ah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I've
And then
seen.
what's this arc above that he's pointing to and people walking across it?
With a pathway or something. The stars. Following the stars. Like there's a pathway, they're following the stars, possibly. Or showing a civilization above us. Or the pathway.
And you've got some more significant stars above, you know, the ones that are brighter.
Yeah, right there. Mm-hmm.
Than the others.
And you know, it's funny because I was
Mhm.
watching something the other day with Roger, and he's talking about a black hole, a reconstruction of a black hole, but he was showing you how the stars closer to the blackness, the black hole, are brighter. And this kind of seems
Okay.
like what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's closer, it's brighter. That's interesting.
Why would they be brighter?
I don't know. I really don't know. But that's through his studies he was showing us, and
They'd only be brighter if they were bigger,
that too,
wouldn't
yeah.
they?
That too, yeah, most definite. Maybe
I
it's
don't know.
size.
But yes.
Yeah,
Mm.
perspective.
And then you've kind of got buildings in the background similar to the structures we've just been looking at. You see underneath the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what's caught my attention though? These ones, these type of pyramids, the step pyramids,
Mm-hmm.
these step pyramids with these like inverted pyramids upside down,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like diamond again. Like we look earlier when I spoke about a stacking system, right? Lenses stacked upon each other. This is like what we're seeing again, possibly the stacking system. Right. You see that within the when you go subatomical, like the nucleus, when you go down, it's just a type of stacking you'll get within the nucleus.
Okay.
Well, that's quite interesting. When I see stacking stuff, I think of nucleus, very small.
Say not only were the safe zones in all the ancient flood myths, but they will also be the blessed, safe places where man will survive once again to restart humanity after the next turning of the ages.
I have a 134 IQ. I make less money than friends.
Good for you.
First off, a lot of these are local legends, oral histories, and obscure stories, things that are generally hard to find a lot of information about on the internet. So let us know down in the comments if you know any of these stories of blessed places said to be safe from natural disasters where you live, or maybe somewhere you've been. First, let's continue looking at some of these Native American prophecies. I hope you have a clear descriptive version of the apocalypse story, and they don't say to go to the caves or to the Grand Canyon.
Even this, hold on a second. Because even this here, this sign, this symbol here is connected to also to the fractal. I've been looking into this sign here, right? This little thing here is connected to the fractal. Like a print, almost like a fingerprint type of style, right?
That's what I was seeing. What's the fractal?
Like when you go smaller, like whether
Okay.
inwards or outwards, I suppose, right? Depending how you look at it. But yeah, this image seems to pop up a lot when I'm looking into the anatomy and the nucleus. This symbol right here, it's like a maze almost, like a labyrinth, the labyrinth. And then if you look down here, look, it's got the OTO map, the OT map, which is another representation of Earth, but it's connected to this, the labyrinth. All right, it's connected to the labyrinth. So what I'm seeing here, possibly, I don't know. Don't penalize me yet, but I think we might be seeing this again, right? The realm, which is the eye, going back to the labyrinth, the brain. Looks like they're showing us. Where is it gone? Yeah, the OT map with the almost looks like that again. Right, going back to the brain, the optic nerve and everything going back to the brain again.
Nothing new under the sun.
Where's it gone?
They tell us that in the end,
Oh,
the
sorry,
cave.
hold on. And then you got the swastika. That's another
Arm, leg,
representation.
leg.
Huh?
Leg, leg.
Yeah. Yeah. That too. Yeah. Facts. Mm-hmm. And look at this one.
So sorry, you said the OT map. I've never heard that before. You said OT map, yeah, is the map of, is it an ancient map of the earth?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What do you mean by OT? What's that stand for?
These ones. See that on the screen?
Oh, okay.
Yurhi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I'm here.
So yeah. Oh, what happened there? Okay. So you see how it's got like an O, and then the rivers create a T, so they call it an OT map.
Got you.
Or TO. Is it OT or TO?
Take time with me.
What's that?
A lot of this information is new.
Okay.
I said, take time with me now.
Yeah.
Got
Come
some
on.
new information.
Yeah. I feel you. Come on. All right. So now look. Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna do this. I'll switch it upside down for you. Boom. Now we do it this way. All right. Invert. This is what they're showing us here. That one right there.
Yeah, I see it. Send fire towards that, though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems like with that fire, they want to cut the cord. Separation. The flaming sword.
Or to the Grand Canyon. They tell
What happened there?
us that in the end, there will be a group of both Hopi and outsiders living according to the old ways, rejecting materialism and living traditionally. They teach that there will one day come a global purification through earthquakes, floods, and fires. But those living on the mesas in the Oribe, Arizona, and Four Corners region, and the people there will survive in the Oribe.
This, like I said, the Nazi boys, they have this sign meant to be a representation of the swastika, right? But this is another representation of the people who lived underground in the earth, hollow earth. This is a representation we used to have a Gotha or Shambhala, right? Most of them had this same symbol, whether they had more decorations to it though. Might look like a flower here, flower there, but it's the same concept, right? Like a wheel or even the hook. It's like a hook, like Captain Hook, right? Captain Hook, and then Captain Hook also is connected to what? The crocodile. You know, he gets eaten by the crocodile. The crocodile ties back to the moon again. The crocodile carries the moon on its back. In some civilization, some culture, the folklore. But Peter Pan as well, Neverland, if you look at Michael Jackson's Ranch Neverland, he's got the boy sitting on the moon on his fucking front of his Neverland ranch, and it's a lot of moon worshipping. Everything leads back to the moon. Right, all back to the moon. The ship, they're on a ship. Captain Hook is the captain of the ship, the celestial ship in another sense. Right, the celestial ship is the moon. It's all moon worshipping. It's fucking mental. But I'm here for it, right? I'm here for it.
Oribe, Arizona, and Four Corners region. And the people there will survive to rebuild the fifth world after the blue Kachina star arrives.
The blue star Kachina. I've heard a few people speak about that. That's another plasma event, the blue star Kachina. Like a plasma event, right? The blue star.
Over in the southern Appalachia region, the Cherokee and other southeastern tribes believe certain mountains will be both refuge points and act as a barrier protecting entire regions from coming deluges. And even getting spared when the sun changes begin and the shaking events occur, they say. These are usually the highest points in each region. Some examples of specific mountains include the highest peak in Georgia, Brasstown Bald, or Mount Enota.
That looks like the world is under water, like the ocean, like Something. It looks like we're under the ocean right now.
Definitely does.
That looks mental. I like that. Yeah.
Another is the highest peak in the Smokies, Mount Kawohi. There's also the stories of the Junaguni among the Cherokee. These are sacred places, again, usually high ridges or peaks, said to be protected by the slant-eyed giant, a powerful spirit guardian of the mountains. This is associated with some specific peaks, like the Tennessee Bald, peaks in the Balsam Mountains, the Little Tennessee River Valley area, and the Nantahala region. Actually, in this area, there's a big rock with petroglyphs littered all over it, with squatter man symbolism, spirals, and figures we see at other petroglyph sites around the world. Judaculla Rock. And then out west, among plains people, specifically the Lakota, many elders teach that when the turning of the age comes and brings floods, fires, and shaking, the Black Hills will be the place of refuge. Often centered around Mount Rushmore, which was a sacred peak before it became a monument. In the same general region, the Cheyenne believe the sacred Bear Butte.
Oh, sacred place about Mount Rushmore. That's why there's an entrance behind Mount Rushmore, apparently. Maybe you can go inside and seek refuge. Do you know Mount Rushmore with those presidential heads?
Yeah, with the yeah.
Yeah, they're meant to be an opening at the back of that, you know. Interesting.
So these are the times where you could trust the elders when they say this is the place to escape to in the event of a natural disaster. And now we've got that national alarm that goes on our phones. You had that, yeah?
Yeah.
You know, the alarm that goes.
Yeah.
When that goes off and it tells you where to go, you go in. Are you going where they tell you to go?
That's mental.
That's mental.
Near the Devil's Tower area, known as the Teaching Mountain, will be their safe place. In End Times Warnings from Sweet Medicine, it serves as a refuge and instruction site where the faithful receive guidance to endure purification events. The mountain is said to anchor ceremonies and protect those who follow the original laws during upheaval events.
Say goodbye to reading glasses, sunglasses.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but this is just it's filling me with dread.
I've been dreading. Oh man. I know sometimes I get that feeling like how am I supposed to protect my children in an event like this?
We need to go where the ancients told us to go, not wherever that alarm tells us to go. Oh my God! But yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just thinking maybe it's how can I put it to you? I've been seeing a lot of things pop up with this Greenland, right? They want to take Greenland, the central Greenland, right? But on some old maps, Greenland is more closer to the center, right? It's connected to the center, and that meant to be where a safe place is, you know, towards Greenland apparently. Or that could be the pathway to the safe place, Greenland. Yeah, it's mental. I don't know, but it's mental.
On the Kiowa, another Plains tribe, believe their sacred peak, Longhorn Mountain, is a refuge point that has and will survive all world-changing events, allowing the locals to preserve the sacred traditions. And then in Iroquois, in the northeast region of the U.S., they have Mount Marcy, the highest peak in New York. In some flood traditions, people and chosen animals flee to this peak, and it's the only land in this region not submerged. And then all the way in the southwest among the Navajo.
Mountain in New York.
Hmm?
Didn't even know there was mountains in New York.
Mountains in New York. Yeah, I just thought there was rats and stuff.
It's, didn't even know that.
Rats and
Okay.
Timberland boots. Mud. Got mountains in New York. Yeah. Okay.
They have their 4
Okay.
sacred peaks that they view as guardians, literal sentient beings that protect this region. They enclose the sacred land of the Navajo: Blanca Peak, Mount Taylor, San Francisco Peaks, and Hesperus Mountain. In the myths, they protect the people during cataclysms. Living in harmony with them ensures survival and guidance into the next era of balance, the elders say. Mountains in general are seen as sacred, enduring places in a lot of Native American traditions. Aside from specifically saying they'll be safe points from future cataclysms, many tribes believe their sacred peaks are ever enduring and stable anchors, never to be changed, implying that they will be safe during apocalyptic events. Some of these include tribes in the
Go
Northwest.
high for heat. I'm sorry, go down low for heat, up high for flood.
Correct.
Come on.
Exactly. Got it.
Tribes living near the Rocky Mountains, such as the Shoshone in Wyoming and Idaho, the Utes in Colorado and Utah, and the Ojibwe believe this about certain areas of the Great Lakes. Specifically, they say where the wild rice grows in the wetlands, likely northern Minnesota and southern Ontario around Lake Superior area. And even the Mesoamericans down in Mexico and Central America believe their sacred peaks would be where the survivors would take refuge during the turning of the fifth sun. And then up in the Arctic regions, many Inuit tribes believe that their ancestors survived the deluge, and they will survive it again in the high elevated areas of the Arctic. They also have certain valleys they believe to be sacred and safe havens during disasters, although information on the exact location of these places is difficult to find. The Sami people, inhabiting the Arctic regions on the other side of the world, in Europe, believe that their high places are protected by spirits of the landscape, safe from cosmic or environmental events, such as great fires or endless winters. And the ones who keep the old ways and traditions are guided by the nature spirits and shamans into the high mountains when the times of imbalance and disaster arise.
Are you tired of frequently switching between reading?
Something's got to give.
Mostly in the northern regions of Finland, Norway, and northwestern Russia, and even some in Sweden. Unfortunately, this was really all I could find for safe places in Europe. Perhaps some exist in very old traditions around the Alps, or maybe even the Scottish Highlands. But from what I could find, the Sami are some of the most ancient people in Europe, and they've survived this long because of their high mountainous and isolated geography. And they say, again, their highest peaks will be safe during the next upheaval. Actually, there is one more story in Europe of individuals finding safety from disaster during the end times. And it comes to us from the Norse. The Germanic also probably have a similar story. But this location is a bit more mythical than simply a high peak. In their Ragnarok story, the final battle of the gods, the world is struck with fire and floods and drowned in cosmic chaos. But 2 humans, Leif and Leifbresir, hide in a sacred wood grove or forest.
What? Hold on.
Leif and Leifbresir.
My man's pushing his shield down his throat, you know. He's not even pushing a sword, he's pushing my shit. He's like, take the shield down your throat. Ah. And there's the hammer. Then he's gonna hit him with the wallop. With the hammer, he's gonna spare him. Jesus Christ. Mental. To the size of this dog's head.
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. Yeah, to the size of that head.
Ragnarok.
That's mud. Mud is right there. Crazy.
Ragnarok's
Hide.
the in Marvel. It's what's his name with the hammer?
War.
Yeah, Thor. That's the Thor one. That's the Thor episode. The Thor movie.
Ragnarok.
In a sacred wood grove or forest associated with Yggdrasil, the sacred tree where Odin received his visions and magic. They survived the destruction, and emerge to repopulate a renewed green earth with the god Baldur's return. But no one knows where this sacred grove is. Further east into Russia and Siberia, high in the Altai Mountains, the shamans there believe these mountains, along with the sacred taiga peaks, are what they call world mountains. Basically communion points where man can interact with the sky gods. One group, the Tengrist shamans.
Is it called Bohemian Grove, that occultist place?
Yeah. Bohemian Grove. Do you know what? I've heard about it and I've seen little bits and bobs, but I haven't dived into it. Yeah, I haven't
That
really.
energy, that. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
mean, it's one of those places where I suppose it's a secret place. You don't really get much information coming outside from it. I think someone's actually snuck in there. Yeah, so the footage that we've actually seen from it is, people sneaking in and stuff like that. But it's very old image. The image that I've seen is few years, well, more than a few years now. It's an old image footage that's been going around of Bohemian Grove. I haven't
Yeah,
seen
I
any
think
new
that's what.
links yet.
Yeah, no, I think I first heard about it through Ike.
Oh yeah,
He was
Ike.
the one who was talking about
He's popped back out again. He's done a few new things of lately. I have to check him out.
it.
He
How
seems
old
to.
is he? Like 100?
Did you say 100 and something?
Yeah, because my
Oh
man's been
shit.
old. My man's been old the entire time I've known of him.
Yeah,
And I'm old.
he's an old
But
boy. I
yeah.
know that much,
Okay.
but I don't know. He seems to be talking about
Yeah.
Saturn lately. Lately, he's come back
Okay.
with Saturn on his mind. Yeah, Saturn.
Yeah, well,
And
it's not. What's he saying?
well, I haven't really looked into much what he's saying. I've just seen titles of what he's been talking about. But I know he's back because I've seen a few new things from him, and Saturn's been the title.
Okay.
So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it
look
makes sense
into
that
that.
he'd be back though.
Yeah, I think they're all gonna come back at some point, give you their little rendition of what's going on. But he's never really. I've never been the one to be like, oh yeah, David Icke, most definite. Oh yeah, like he's never really stuck out to me because even when I first heard about him, like it's too mainstream. When someone's too mainstream, like when someone's telling you to watch a movie, yo, bro, you need to watch that movie. I do the opposite. You understand? It's when I find out something myself, stuff that I'm interested in, little connections and dots, then I'm like, oh, this must be the real deal because no one told me to watch this. I've come across it myself,
Yeah.
and it's fire. And that's why I
No,
get.
I feel this. I feel the same way. I feel he seems very don't know, like a messenger more than someone
Yeah,
who's genuinely exposing things.
yeah,
Very mainstream.
yeah.
And I'm the same, I used to think, am I a hater? Because I seem to only like artists, musical artists who are like not, who ain't popping, who ain't got the deal yet. And it's almost as soon as they get the deal, I'm like, oh, I'm falling off this one.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I'm like, oh, am I a hater? Do I not want people to succeed? But it's not that. After I've reflected, it's what they now are involved in. They're in this system of things, and that's what I don't fuck with.
Yeah.
So when you're undiscovered or underground, however they put it, that's where I more like feel like it's more authentic. It's the authenticity that I don't fuck with when they blow.
100.
View these places as pillars connecting upper, middle, and lower worlds. In their local lore, during changes in world cycles, the worthy ascend or hide in high valleys during cataclysms, emerging to restore harmony in the renewed earth. In Greek myths, during the Deucalion flood, when Zeus drowned the Bronze Age, the one couple that was allowed to survive on an ark, similar to the Noah story, landed on Mount Parnassus. This peak, along with sacred high places where oracle temples have been built, like Delphi, were believed by ancient Greeks to serve as enduring centers of divine favor amid cycles of destruction.
This incredible mold remover gel can restore your bathroom and tiles to their original shine in just
Hindu mythology. During the end of the Kali Yuga, when the demon Kali gains full power and incarnates on Earth in his. And then in Hindu mythology, during the end of the Kali Yuga.
Hold on, go back. What's this? Okay. The mountains, the illustration. Okay, got you.
And then in Hindu mythology, during the end of the Kali Yuga, when the demon Kali gains full power and incarnates on Earth in his physical form, spreading terror and destruction, there is a sacred forest, an ancient sanctuary, Naimi Sharania, created by Brahma's wheel, that remains untouched by.
Look, even this, right? They got a fire down here, but it's on like a cross platform again. Right? It's to cross the weapon. Is that where the plasma is coming from? I don't know. Why is this like it's symmetrical? Look, it's got shapes, got right hand corners and shit. All this for a flame, all this for a fire, right? And then you got the cup. The cup is also tied into the moon again. See, there are all these little things. I look out for these things, right? I'm not too sure what this is, but the cup is definitely tied into the moon. Just like the they speak about the waters of life. You know, use the vase or the cup to pour the waters of life, which is tied back to the spirit, the mother. We've got the cup in the background. But I'm not too sure what this fire is on a cross. Maybe that's a representation of, I don't know, the Holy Spirit or Jesus or something. I don't know.
Kali's corruption.
What's this that on?
He is on, looks like a tree stump, possibly. Like a tree stump, maybe. That's a rock there with his feet. But that looks like a tree stump. But the thing that he's sitting on may look like clothing or something.
It does kind of look like clothing, but it also kind of looks like a mushroom to me.
Oh,
The dots on it.
well, the top of it.
That hallucinogenic. Yeah, the hallucinogenic mushroom.
Okay.
Because he did say that this place was created by Brahma's wheel, so like a mythical place, or not celestial, but sort of out of reality.
Almost like
somewhere you escape to in your mind. Like your mind can go there, but not necessarily your body.
yeah. I was trying to look for a word for that. I was gonna say hallucinate, but no, I'll probably say another word I need to. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Especially with the mushrooms, anyway.
Sages and the righteous flee here for refuge. It's a timeless realm of Dharma where chaos can't end.
See, they're in there. Hexagram 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That ties back to the seed of the mother. All right. That ties back to the seed of the mother. So they're inside the hex. They're inside the hex. Okay. What are they doing? What are they sitting on again? What's that little platform? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 people.
Everything intentional.
Preserving knowledge for the next yuga. Located along the Gomati River in the Sitapur district of Uttar Pradesh in India. This sacred spot is said in the Mahabharata and Puranas to be pure and immune from the destruction of the changing of ages. In ancient Persia, modern-day Iran, a belief going all the way back to the Proto-Indo-European civilizations, that a group of sacred peaks exist in this area. These were peaks created by Ahura Mazda himself to stabilize the earth and serve as anchors. The righteous endure trials here, as the world purifies via fire and
Anchors.
blood.
Hmm?
The mountains were created to serve as anchors.
Did he say anchors? I thought I heard something else. You may hear
By
that?
Ahura Mazda himself
He
to
said,
stabilize the earth and serve as anchors.
Yeah, I thought you said Incas, but it's right. Yeah, anchors. Yeah. Okay. Anchor. Yeah.
stabilize the earth. Anchor, yeah.
Mm.
What do you use an anchor for?
Yeah, they speak about stabilizing the earth, but the ankh also, the anchor is another symbol for the moon as well, right? And you know, they speak about the moon also being a rock of somewhat of a mountain, you could say, right? Another anchor.
Mm. Anchor stabilizes the ship in sea. In the
Yeah,
sea. Yeah.
keeps it stable, exactly.
The righteous endure trials here, as the world purifies via fire and blood. Post-cataclysm, the land flattens into a paradise, with survivors repopulating the earth from this elevated point of refuge. These mountains are often linked to the Alborz Range and the encircling chain of sacred peaks. They were thought of as divine fortifications against Angra Mainyu, the spirit of chaos and evil. In Maori and Polynesian traditions, in the Great Flood myth, most lands sink, but the gods fish up Aotearoa, known to us today as New Zealand, as the final refuge for survivors. Oral lore positions it as spared from future deluges due to its isolation and spiritual significance, enduring the turning of ages. Maybe this is why so many billionaires have built their bunkers here. With its extremely isolated location, maybe it will be spared from the next great cataclysm.
Yeah, New Zealand is way out there also. It's further than like Australia. I wonder if anything ever happens over there. Like they said, that might be one of the places where I don't know the plasma event don't reach safety. I don't know. I haven't really seen it in
Surely,
structure.
surely, if there's a God, the places that these people go to escape from, they're the ones that get destroyed in the cataclysmic event, and everybody else gets saved. That's how it should go, right? They shouldn't get saved, but it's knowledge it's the knowledge that's the power. So if you know where it's supposed to go, and we're disconnected from that knowledge, you know, in the Bible it says, my people fail or fall because of lack of knowledge of self and knowledge of where we are and who we are.
Yeah, knowledge is key. Got to know your surroundings. Definite. I remember a few years back when I first started listening to that guy Jason from RKX. He was saying something about the plasma event and these things, but I remember him saying something like it's almost like a frequency or like a how did he put it? Like the elites or whatever, they can't get away from it, right? Because it's almost like a seek and destroy type of event, right? It goes after the wicked people. But he was talking about that's why they mingle with us for some reason, right? Because it can't tell it wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But I don't think that's the case. I just think it obliterates anything that stands in the way, whether you're good or bad. That's why you need to get the hell out of Dodge, as the phrase would go.
Yeah,
right?
that's it.
This is the only one that's an entire landmass that's said to survive, although I doubt anywhere is fully immune. Other Polynesian groups have stories where their gods fish up and raise certain islands, while others sink under the floodwaters. Perhaps a sort of tectonic uplift going on in some of these islands. Over in Australia, among Aboriginal tribes, it's often believed that in some lore of great floods or fires ending eras, ancestral beings create or preserve sacred sites as eternal rebirth points. They say these places remain untouched and regenerate life post-cataclysm, guiding survivors back to balance. The main one believed to be Ayers Rock or Mount Uluru.
I have a 134 IQ.
That's in Australia.
I make
Yeah, that's right in the center. Mount Uluru.
Over on the island of Bali, they have Mount Agung, their highest peak, which their traditions believe it to be the navel of the world and abode of the gods, linked to Shiva and cosmic order. It remains a bastion during the dissolution events or volcanic earthly upheavals. Ancient temples at its base are built as eternal shelters. Pure devotees find refuge in its spiritual elevation amid island-wide or global events, similar to the beliefs about the mythical Mount Meru in Hindu. Actually, there's a lot of these places like Mount Meru, said to also have divine protection that aren't associated with any known real-world location. Another being Shambhala in Buddhist and originally Hindu, although there are some that say these places are real in the physical world. In the Hindu story, at the end of the Kali Yuga, Vishnu is said to return as his final avatar known as Kalki, the hero figure in Hindu end times prophecy, similar to Jesus in biblical apocalyptic prophecy. Kalki is even said to ride on a white horse, and it's believed that he will emerge from this mythical land of Shambhala when the time comes. And many are said to take refuge with him there, in that mythical land, when the demon Kali releases his destruction, and the 7 suns burn up the land and the waters. In Tibetan Buddhist traditions, who also regard the story of Shambhala as factual and physical, believe when the apocalypse comes, 32 kings will emerge from Shambhala as warriors to defeat evil and usher in a golden age of Dharma and balance. And then if we travel over to Japan, in their local Shinto traditions, it's believed the 3 mountains of Dewa, Haguro, Gasan, and Yudono, along with Mount Fuji, are seen as eternally stable amid upheavals. Japan has a long history of natural disasters, earthquakes.
What is that? Is that a home? Is that a house?
That's the stacking you're talking about.
Yeah, like stacking, exactly. I was about to say that, but I'm thinking, is that a house first? Look at that. It's stacked up like the
I don't think
DNA.
he said yet what it was.
Look at that antenna on top.
Yeah, what is that?
Nice.
Tsunamis, monsoons, typhoons, and volcanoes. So it's pretty important for them to have these safe places that they claim are protected from all the goings on Earth. These mountains are where extreme Shugendo training is done, where practitioners gain supernatural resilience through extreme training and ascetic rituals. Over in China, their ancient ancestors were said to have taken refuge on the highest peaks during the last deluge, the flood of Nu. This is why a lot of very ancient structures in China are found at very high elevation, why many temples are built on very high mountains, to try and survive and preserve their knowledge when the floodwaters return. Many of these are in western
Same in
Yunnan province,
Ethiopia.
near the Tibetan.
What, same in Ethiopia?
Yes. Yeah. A lot of structures high up as well, similar to those images.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at that.
Border. And then among the Zulu, over in South Africa, prophecies influenced by figures in the 1850s cattle killing movement foretold of a world renewed via catastrophe, floods, wars, cosmic shifts, etc. The faithful who followed ancestral guidance retreat to high sacred lands for protection, the plateaus, and afterwards emerge into a new age.
This incredible mold remover gel.
Well, to South America, in the region the Inca inhabited, the people there going back long before the Inca believe that during Pachacuti, the sun god's next reversal, floods and earthquakes will occur. But the sacred mountains shield the pure-hearted. Ancient cities were built here for this reason. Cusco, Machu Picchu, etc. In traditions in the southern Andes, in Chile, they have a mountain called Thegtheg, and other high peaks like it, that they believe during the Great Flood Few small groups survive by taking refuge atop these peaks. The mountains rise with the waters and remains above them, preserving the worthy for repopulation when the waters recede. And then among Amazonian indigenous tribes, their elders give warnings of destruction of the forest through fires and invasion, signaling broader global chaos. The remaining untouched highland and the forest zones act as safe zones for the people and their knowledge. They predict that what happens to their land will spread, but those in harmony with the spirits endure in the hidden or elevated areas for rebirth. And then lastly, believe it or not, there are local beliefs in the region surrounding Mount Ararat on the Armenian-Turkey border, the spot where Noah's Ark landed, that say this area is eternally protected, or it'll be a future haven during end times. It's even viewed as the sacred land of escape in ancient Mesopotamian traditions. All right, that's all we have on this topic. Again, leave me a comment if you know any that I missed. This video topic was voted for by you guys. If you have any other suggestions, go leave them down in the comments as well.
Respect, my guy. That was good.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, so like playing angel's advocate, yeah. These are warnings for natural disasters. And in those times when something like that would happen, it would feel like a new beginning and a new world when you emerge after something like a tsunami or an earthquake.
Yeah, exactly.
But they've added like a spiritual interpretation of like, if you keep the customs or if you are favored by the gods, then you will survive it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They added that in there, like look in their stories. But yeah, London, I'm gonna have to drop them down now.
Yeah, hey, me
But
too. Thank you for
I've
coming up.
thoroughly enjoyed that. Big up the chat, big up yourself.
Yeah, man, always, man. Hey, you're welcome anytime. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for joining us over here, man. Like you said, met you over at Jed's. Jed's a cool guy, but I know Jed ain't interested in this type of stuff here. You know, he likes his stuff, what he likes. I like what I like, but he's a cool guy. I got time for Jed. But thank you for coming to check me out over here, man. I appreciate that.
I'll be back 100%. Take care of yourself, yeah, and everybody else in the chat. All right, love.
Say that again, that last bit you said.
I said big up everyone in the chat and yourself. Love.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Big up the grand old chat room. Much love. I don't know. In the building. Salute to that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Look at that. It took for a sister to come up and build with me. Huh? It took for one of the sisters to come up and build. A lovely sister. Where's all the so-called guys at? The man them. Nowhere to be seen. Links been pinned. Had a lovely young lady come up and join me, right? Had a sister come and join me. We love that. Where's all the dot connectors? Where's all the people who's got something to say, something to type? Links been pinned. Been pinned. Yeah, I don't know. Big up to yourself. Yeah, that was good, man. I enjoyed that. Most definite. Most definite. That was fire. Fire, fire. Jeez, Max in the building, you know. Hey, Maximus. What's going on, my Croatian brother in the building? My Croatian brother in the building. Where you been? Got Brian in the building, you know. Salutes, bro. Sister Kimberly in the building. Kimberly, much love to you, man. Appreciate you coming through. Appreciate that. Ask why in the building. You done know. She said later, sis. You done know. Wicked. That's what we like, man. Got time for the sisters. Got time for the gal. We love the gal. Get me? Salutes to that. Salutes to that. You know what was crazy today? Today I went to work, right? I was out early. And I said to you folks, right? When I finish putting this puzzle together, right? When I finish putting this shit together, I'm going to be off this. That's why I say use me while you got me when it comes to this lens eye, moon stuff, hollow earth stuff. Use the platform while it's here, right? Because once I put this together, we ain't coming back to this. I'm gonna be doing something else, hopefully, right? I like to look at the infrastructure, the architecture stuff, right? Now, I think where was I today? I was over here. Look at this right here. Square on compass, right? The compass. Oh my God. Look at that. Look at that, right? The CC, right? The eye, the moon, hidden in plain sight. Oh my God. Hidden in plain sight. What is this place? I need to do further research on this place. Very strange. I think I found my new line of work, ladies and gentlemen. This stuff here, I like this type of stuff now. I like to go out and check out buildings, right? See what they're showing us. Come back and show you folks, right? This might be my line of work. Investigating the buildings. I like this stuff. Stained glass window up top. Take it back. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Honor God. Hmm? Honor God, yeah? Yeah? Look at that. What's going on here? The Delta again, the opening. The three of them. Square on compass, right? The compass. Oh my God. But who's that? I don't know who that is meant to be. Maybe one of you people know. Look at him. He's moving like a rapper. He's got a chain and shit. This guy's got a gold chain, platinum chain. He probably cited G Unit. Get me? G Unit. Look at him. Look at that. Look at that, right? Look, the C again, the CC. I think even, what's his name? J. Juma spoke about, you know, the DC, right? Well, as you can see, it's like the CC, but you can also look at it as the DC, right? That's more representations of the construct, in my opinion. The CC, right? The eye, the moon, hidden in plain sight. Oh no, God. Hidden in plain sight. What is this place? I need to do further research on this place. Look, who is this? Victoria. All right, we've got Victoria up here. Queen Vicky. Just the head of Vicky. What's this times here? I don't know. Anyone know the date on this? MDCCCLXX. Was that a 1X? I don't know. Very strange. Got more of that? I think I found my new line of work, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this stained glass window up top. Look at that. Look at that. Diamond with the circle in the middle, right? Stained glass. Why would they go out of their way to... Why would they go out of their way, right, to show you what I've been telling you, like on their windows and shit? Look, hold on. There's something I wanted to... That looks like... 1 second. Let's go over... 1 second. 1 second. Where are you hiding? Should be here somewhere. See if it's around here somewhere. Here we go. Yeah, when I see those stained glass windows, right? This is what it looks like. Another representation of. All right, so we got the diamond, right? The diamond. It reminds me of this one. Right, the diamond in the sky. Right, it's even got the cord. Remember we spoke about the cord earlier, right? The nerve going back down to Jesus, right? Look at that. Connected to the nucleus, boy. Look at that inside mama. See that shit? It's got eyes in that bitch. Look at all them eyes on that. See that shit? It leads back to the eyes, right? Why they got the way to put eyes on a construct like this? It's got that CERN thing going on again, the optic. And if you look closely, it seems like they're in a different realm compared to this. 3 different things going on here. You got the stars back there, you got this thing going on, then you got like they're in a cavity. Right, the cavity leading back down to where? Where did we see that? Ah, yeah. Leading back there. Yeah, there it is. Right, hidden in plain sight again. Diamond right in the middle. A diamond and a circle inside of the stained glass window. Fascinating. Alright, let's keep going. Off to work. I'll see you soon, folks. Lay low. There you go. Lay low. Hey, they ain't bringing it like London. They ain't bringing it like London. I like to take you out. I like to take you out and about. Let's go out and about. You like to go out and about? I like to take you out and about. Yeah, they ain't bringing it like London. Guaranteed. Salutes to you folks who came through and stayed through to the end. All right, grand old chat room. Grand old chat room. What's going in? What's going in? Got Flower in the building. How we doing, Flower? Much love. Welcome. Maximus, Arts Kawhi, CC, Kimberly, Brian, Mayhem. I see you folks down there. Yeah, salutes to you people, man. Salutes. You gotta show love to the grand old chat room. You have to. Otherwise, I'll be speaking into the abyss. I'd be speaking into the abyss if you guys wasn't here. Right? So salutes to you people. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I got work in a few hours. I'm pretty sure we'll do this dance again. All right. Maybe we'll do flavors and coffee. Who knows? I'm not too sure yet. I need to get some flavors. I'm running out. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Appreciate you folks. Appreciate you folks. Grand old chat room. So yeah, you know the motto. You know the motto. I'm pretty sure we'll do this dance again. Look after yourself. Love over war. Oh, shouts out to I Don't Know. Thank you for coming up, spending some time with us. Appreciate you for that. Much love. You are appreciated. Look after yourself. Love over war. Lay low. London.